Hey guys, tonight we drift toward Sidon's ancient harbor, where fish guts become gold. Imagine salt crusting your lips, your sandals sticking to stone alleys slick with fermenting secrets. You probably won't survive this shift, stirring vats. Truth is most brine-slaves didn't see 30. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Where's your anchor tonight? Tap that comment. Tell me your city and local hour. Portland midnight smells different than Mumbai dawn. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Sunset bleeds purple into Sidon's docks. Your sandals kick aside murex shells. Those crushed mollusks once dyed royal robes. Rome paid fortunes for Tyrian purple. Historians still argue whether noblewomen preferred stripes or solids in their funeral shrouds. You crouch near the first clay pots, their lids trembling like nervous birds. Salty air nips your throat. It's not just sea spray. Decaying anchovies whisper through terracotta pores, their stories thicker than olive oil. Workers here called garum sky juice, believing rain watered down sacred brine. A fringe scroll claims moonlight doubled fermentation speed, hence the night shifts. Breeze tugs your tunic. You count 17 darkened stalls ahead. Most lie empty now, ghosts of midday hagglers, haunting dried fish racks. Storm season emptied these shores last month, white waves, swallowing 3 cargo ships whole. Tonight's surviving haul breathes in wooden crates, silver scales glinting under torchlight. Leaning closer, you spot bloat distorting an anchovy's belly. It's perfect, the sweet spot before full rot set in. Phoenicians timed decay like musicians tuning lyres, 80 days for top-shelf garum. Lower grades took 40, dregs fed to gladiators for ferocity. Your knuckles brush a jar's rough edge, still warm from noon heat. Someone smoothed this clay months ago, fingerprints fossilized in curved walls. Modern chefs crave this muck, umami bombshells in Michelin-starred kitchens, but they never sniffed vats at midnight, flies drunk on fish fumes. Bronze weights press down lid edges, sealing screams inside. Well, not literal screams, unless you count bubbles gulping air like drowning sailors. Your earlobe tingles, maybe a gnat, maybe spectral hissing from jar mouths. Workers here slept beside the brew, dreaming of coins clinking in Carthage. Reality smelled worse than wet dog fur. Priests burned juniper to mask stench. Coastal winds carried complaints inland. Sidon's perfume they called it, holding noses. You trace cracked salt lines on a jar's neck, each crystal a stolen ocean tear. Mariners believed Poseidon blessed thick brines, sinking ships for thin batches. Half-joke hidden in harbor tavern ledgers, sailors doodling tridents over bad sales months. Kneeling, you glimpse shells and sand in the clay, pottery, flaws whispering provenance. Fired under open skies, these jars never knew Clin precision. Artisans chopped local reeds into slurry, strengthening walls against bubbling pressure. One jar fracture reveals palm fronds dated to 112 B.C.E. plus or minus. 3 torches gutter ahead, shadows dancing over stacked amphorae. Guards patrol near cedar warehouses, but they're looking for wine thieves. Nobody risks garum theft. Spillage stains skin for weeks. A whiff hits you, fish undertones wrapped in rosemary ghosts. Scholars found ledgers detailing dill versus oregano usage, arguments over foreign contamination. Some potsherds show hieroglyphic tallies, anchovies counted like enemy soldiers. One drunken scrawl curses Cyprus for exporting weak brine, a Bronze Age Yelp review. Wind shifts, carrying a worker's raspy cough from behind olive sacks. He's hiding skipping temple rites for extra wages. Moonlight catches his calloused hands, wrists scaled with salt burns. His pay stays pitiful Rome, takes 60% upfront. Your sandal crushes mint sprigs by a jar, releasing sharpness into the rot. 6 herbs were sacred here. Sage meant purity. Fennel prevented demon infestations. Less known thyme sprigs, tucked under lids to deter vinegar flies. Stirring sticks lean against pots, oak handles, blackened by generations of palms. You lift one, its weight unbalanced, carved by someone favoring their left thumb. Brine drips from its notched end, each groove trapping tiny fish spines. Clouds smother Orion's belt, his celestial guidance gone. Now your timing bubbles, by gut instinct, 20 seconds between burps. Ideal fermentation sounds like a sleeping octopus, wet gurgles with tentacle twitches. Rain threatens, slate clouds bruising the horizon. You scramble to drape oilcloths, nudging weights back into place. One lid shudders violently, fermenting fish gas fighting captivity. Sidon's best jars never burst, a matter of civic pride. Cicadas pause, sensing the downpour before you do. First drops hiss on hot clay, steam rising like phantom scales. You press closer, letting drizzle cool your neck. This storm might ruin 18 jars, diluting precious decay. Nearby waves chew the breakwater, their rhythm sinking with pot murmurs. Close your eyes. It's a choking orchestra. Bass notes from swollen anchovy bellies, treble from escaping air. Your tongue recalls a smuggled taste, fermented goop, hidden in bread crusts. That saltiness lingered 3 days, haunting water gulps and date bites. Now you crave it, this cursed fish sauce, blood of Phoenicia's trade empire. Torchlight flickers, revealing handprints on a jar's belly. Small palms, a child's, pressed into wet clay lifetimes ago. Sidonian apprentices started young, stirring vats before they could read cargo manifests. Dawns a thief creeping behind eastern hills, still distant but inevitable. Your back aches from crouching, knees stiff as salted cod, yet you linger, watching terracotta lids dance under rain's drumming fingers, guardian of Garum's first whispers. Cool metal presses against your palm, that copper ladle left carelessly on night sand. You trace its handle, still humming with heat from 100 sun-soaked stirs. Stars reflect on the dented bowl, distorted constellations, dancing where fish guts once swirled. 3 shallow grooves mark its edge, a tally for daily tastings by masters long dust. Historians found 600 such tools near Tyre's old docks, crusted with fermented fish DNA. Makes your spaghetti spoon seem kinda basic, doesn't it? Shadows stretch the sand into dunes, molding temporary workshops under the moon. Your fingertips brush grains, pretending to weigh fennel, measuring phantom handfuls with trade-perfected instincts. That rough texture, salt-scourged fingers knew each granule like mothers, no children's cheeks. Experts think moonlit sand cooled copper faster, creating ideal stir sticks for slow brews. Feel your wrist turning slower. No hurry when darkness owns half the clock. A rustle comes from imagined belt pouches, herb bundles whispering against leather. Bay leaves crackle sharper tonight. You sense them before seeing. Is that star vinegar or just memory conjuring smells? Ancient records mention cumin sprinkled lids, though no jars ever yielded seeds. Historians still argue whether night air diluted spices or magnified their magic. Tonight, you side with the alchemists. Watch the ladle's patina catch moonlight, green whispers of oxidization. Mediterranean copper held traces of arsenic. Some think it turbocharged fermentation. Your laugh comes out foggy, realizing they basically cooked with poison pots. But that's humanity's joke, surviving dangers to make fancy fish sauce. Under your touch, the metal almost pulses, like it remembers fire. Twin smells clash, dried mint stabbed through rotting mackerel. You gag, then grin, exactly how gourmet horrors should smell, that mold blooming on your imaginary workstation. Noble rot's ugly cousin, the kind that turns guts to gold. Workers believed night-stirred vats sang better, something about lunar tides in miniature. Doubt scientists bought that, but the throaty glug-glug almost convinces you. Your thumb finds the ladle's thumbprint dent, some artisan's grip fossilized in metal. Did they hum while working? Maybe curses, scrolls found in Alexandria, describe rhythmic chants, each region boasting secret lyrics. A scrap mentions a potter who sang anchors into brine, sinking bad microbes. Wonder if he got royalties or just extra garlic in his rations. Suddenly, your palm tingles, salt etching pathways into skin. This is where calluses formed the weaponized hands of flavor soldiers. Think about blisters hidden under bandages, master stirrers hiding their pain behind market smiles. You flex fingers that never strained, yet feel phantom burns. Moonlight's good for tricks like that. Count 7 breaths, inhaling imagined jar fumes. They creep into sinuses, that funky perfume only century-old recipes produce. Some scholar once wrote that moon-chilled copper changed enzyme behavior. Total fish nerd fanfiction. Still, your ladle seems brighter now, doesn't it? Almost like it's feeding on starlight. When grains of sand stick to wet tool, they sparkle like micro-diamonds. You shake them off, watching them vanish into darkness. Tomorrow's workers would have scrubbed everything before dawn. No traces left for rivals. Industrial espionage smells like mackerel and deceit. Blink, and the constellations shift. Orion's dagger points directly at your ladle. Take the hint, dip it toward shadowy waves. Empty metal scrapes nothing. Yet your arm strains against imagined viscosity. 3 clockwise turns 4 counter, the sacred math of putrefaction. Strain elbow tendons enough, and you'll hallucinate salt crust on skin. Tilt your head there, a muffled clang from nowhere. Workers dropping tools at shift change, or present-day imagination summoning ghosts. The best flavors hid their origins. Squeamish eaters didn't ask about vat scrapers. Historians found a child's wooden spoon in Carthage ruins, reminding us kids joined the brine ballet. Cool air shifts, carrying a halfway memory of citrus. Lemons wouldn't reach these shores for centuries, yet your tongue swipes, expecting sourness. Ancestral taste buds misbehave, time traveling through fermented dreams. Inhale deeper, the fraud fades. Just salt and decay, and stubborn hope left. Your calf muscle twitches, mirroring crouched artisans. They'd squat for hours, stirring with metronome precision. Modern folks ache after 5 minutes, softened by chairs. Feel that burn climb your thigh, penance for sedentary sins. No wonder old texts mention needing breaks, thigh rolls alternating with fish rolls. Moonlight bleaches color from the scene, leaving a mercury-soaked photograph. Copper turns silver, herbs become ash-gray heaps, your hands glow bone-white. Beautiful lies before sunrise reveals fish-gut reality. 40 minutes till dawn, your mind whispers, though stars refuse to confirm. Wind sneaks under your collar, impersonating a night foreman's breath. Faster, it hisses, then slower, contradictory as actual bosses. You grin, dipping the ladle like sassing the gales. Not like they ever helped lift amphorae, those lazy breezes. Eventually, your eyelids scrape downward, sand mimicking sleep's grit. Tools blur into shadows, returning to archaeological patience. One last flex of farewell fingers. Salute the unsung kitchen warriors. Their ghosts barely stir, already dreaming of tomorrow's catch. The ladle cools in your loosening grip, relic reverting to memory. You almost hear workers shuffling home, emptied of everything but yawns. Their sandal prints vanish under tidal erasures. Night shifts, dissolving like salt in broth. 7 waves crawl ashore before tools finally disappear, leaving only star-reflecting sand where metal kissed earth. Historians still argue whether moonlight made ladles more effective or just prettier. Right now, you'd vote for pretty. Dawn's first moth kamikazes into your cheek, the shift whistle of nature. Blink awake to find palm imprinted with tool patterns, copper's goodbye tattoo. Salt crust glues fingers together, sticky evidence of imaginary labor. Somewhere beyond sight, A real ladle sinks into boiling brine. Your shoulders echo its plunge, aching from phantom workloads. Damp sand claims the last warmth from your skin like morning's stole heat from discarded tools. Stretch upward, spine cracking like dry amphorae seals. Time to abandon the moonlit workstation. Day belongs to fish gut skeptics. Your souls leave temporary marks, heading inland, right where night shift workers trudged millennia ago. Their ghost steps layer under yours, invisible archaeology of exhaustion. A last glance back, the shore stretches empty, patient as fermentation jars. Copper and stars and seaweed, all whispering, come back tonight. You will. Your souls meet damp planking, night fishermen's dock, groaning under shared weight. Nets hang like cobwebs heavy with diamonds, except these gems twitch and gasp. Anchovies heave their last breaths, silvering the frayed ropes with desperate glitter. Rome paid 5,000 denarii for a single shipment of this oily wealth, history's original cryptocurrency. Brine stings your eyes as wind shoves past, carrying gossip from Cypriot cargo ships. That sticky sheen coating the dock wood, fish blood mixed with sea spray, nature's hideous varnish. Step carefully. The planks wear death like a second skin. One worker swears scales embed in calluses, writing fishtails on his palms. You squint, almost seeing tiny hieroglyphs on your own skin. A basket scrapes against your thigh, overflowing with sardines destined for putrid glory. Their eyes stare upward, accusing the moon of murder complicity. These little soldiers died for Umami's front lines. No medals for fishy bravery. Historians found scales inside Egyptian ink wells. Turns out scribes loved sparkly bureaucracy. Wonder if Cleopatra signed Antony's breakup note with anchovy glitter. Shadows stretch nets into monster shapes, squid-like silhouettes dancing on warehouse walls. Your laugh catches in the salt air, nervous as a cat near rocking boats. Fishermen chant low hymns, weaving rhythm into their gutting motions. Each slice releases pearly entrails, eels writhe below for scraps. Experts think harvests peaked under waning moons, but the guts spilled tonight smell legendary. Warehouse torches hiss when fish blood drizzle hits flames, a culinary exorcism. Copper bowls flash as they scoop innards like serving Hades' soup course. You count 18 glinting knives, but 19th hand uses sharpened seashell. Lost tech from before forges, yet it flays mackerel faster than steel. One captain's log mentions ghost crews cleaning catches, their knives never needing sharpening. Your neck prickles, whispers in the fog, sound suspiciously blade-like. Salt crust stiffens your sleeves, makes you kin to the salted cod piles. Workers haul baskets with spinal groans. You mimic their hunch without the muscle. Tonight's haul must fill 70 jars, each needing 5,000 fish babies. Math wasn't their strong suit, but oh, they could count suffering per amphora. Something cold slips down your collar scales, or sea spray playing villain. The shiver triggers phantom gills. Your neck pulses like a landed trout. Ancient healers prescribed fish slime massages, guaranteed to unblock stubborn humors. You swipe at your nape, half tempted, half repulsed. Barrels overflow with eyes, gelatinous marbles rolling toward cracks. Avoid direct eye contact unless you want dead fish judging life choices. They seem angrier than clams, but less judgy than lobsters. A tax report from Pompeii lists garum bubbles as business expenses. Some accountants' creative fiction. Your heel crunches stray vertebrae, nature's awful bubble wrap. Night fishermen sing dirges to Poseidon, lyrics slurred by fatigue and cheap wine. Their melody syncs with sloshing entrails. Industrial lullaby meets seafood massacre. Historians still argue whether full moons increased catches or just drunken optimism. Splintered wood catches your palm, impaling a silent yelp in your throat. Call this occupational hazing. Dock workers welcome party. 3 drops of blood join the fish sludge, your DNA, now part of gourmet history. Cats materialize from fog, 3 tabbies with battle-torn ears. They feast on discarded heads, yellow eyes mocking your delicate stomach. 1 deposits a fish skull at your foot. Trophy or threat remains unclear. Ptolemies employed mouser fleets on grain ships. These freelancers work nastier gigs. Eclipse tonight, the foreman mutters. Moon blindness sinks more boats than storms. Workers quicken their pace, silver flesh blurring under flickering torchlight. The best captains navigated by Starbleed Venus, reflected on calm swells. Men claimed starlight preserved fish better, electricity before the bulb's arrogance. Clouds of flies retreat from garum warehouses. Even pests draw ethical lines. You envy their exit. This perfume murders nostril hairs for sport. Suddenly, the net haulers freeze, their song cut like a broken string. A tuna's argentius breaches among anchovies. Silver night crashing a peasant revolt. Workers bow mutters of luck gift, rising like incense. Superstition dictates releasing accidentals. The sea remembers its generous children. You touch its flank, cool muscle, quivering under starlight. This wanderer escaped oceanic nations, only to die in a fish pancake. Its eye holds entire coastlines. You glance away first. Gut buckets brim with piracy, evidence, stolen lives, fermenting toward royalty's tables. Phoenician ledgers logged rainfall per batch, believing freshwater tears improved flavor. Tonight's drizzle must be gourmet gold then, your cheeks still damp. Boots shuffle toward shore tide, retreating from blood-slicked docks. Fishermen rinse blades in foam, prayers swallowed by crashing waves. You linger, half expecting the sea to spit back condemnation. Hunched figures fade into brine fog, hauling gratitude offerings of wine. Libations poured for toothy gods, cheap vintage, wasted on salt. Workers murmur names you can't grasp, ancestor or monster, depends on the teller. 2 gulls fight over mackerel spines, squawking like argument philosophers. Their feathers gleam with fish grease, tiny criminals, escaping hygiene laws. You pocket a fallen feather, souvenir of sanctioned gluttony. The last lantern gutters, submerging docks in edible darkness. Your hand finds the fish god altar, slimy, offering stone vibrating with whispers. Raw moonlight exposes everything. Fishermen's lies congealing with fish guts below. Taste salt on your teeth, blood, or ocean permanent as regret. Shoreline reeks of endings, but tomorrow's feast begins with rot. Historians still argue whether night fishing crews hallucinated more. You're voting yes. Walk backward, retreating from docks, misspelling your name in entrails. Each step lightens fish oil gravity, shore becoming mere memory again. Seabirds resume ownership, screaming victory over abandoned scraps. You blink, discovering anchovy scales stuck to forearm like scales of justice. 4 waves cleanse the planking, erasing all but fish ghost stains. Only then do you breathe inland air, untainted by ambition's preservatives. One fishing boat remains moored where shadows pool thickest. Its hull wears barnacle glyphs, possibly sailor graffiti, possibly elder warnings. You leave before translation tempts fate, murmuring promises to sleeping fish gods. They'll forget by dawn, hungry for new sacrifices already. The warehouse hums, not bees, but a million bubbles rising through murky gold. Your nose wrinkles before thought catches up, rot's pungency, hammers sinuses like a drunk uncle. 56 amphorae squat in rows, patient as crocodiles sunning on Nile banks. Workers smear clay lids with goat fat sealing fate and stench in one greasy swipe. Fermentation takes 3 full moons minimum. Roman cookbooks insisted 9 for true luxury. Guess even emperors enjoyed delayed gratification. Fennel seeds crunch under your heel, releasing ghosts of licorice into the fish fog. Scoop masters layer spices like ritual bay leaves first, then coriander, never reversed. Someone's granddad swore backward, order bred evil humors. Turns out he just hated time. Historians found Phoenician jars lined with pine resin, the original Tupperware innovation. You half expect a best before. 250 B.C.E. scratched into the clay. A seepage trail oozes from cracked amphora, its amber bead calling your finger. Dare to touch. The sludge clings warm as alive, then cold as betrayal. Texts mention Tyrian kings, sipping century-old garum straight, like Viking raiders at a mead buffet. Your stomach flips, celebrating its refusal to participate. Moonlight slants through roof gaps, spotlighting tendrils of vapor coiling upward. Each mist strand looks purposeful, smoke signals for picky foodies. Workers call it fish breath, claiming gusts carry recipes to rival cities. You count 17 vapor threads, 18 sudden as a hiccup. One scholar wrote of mold patterns predicting harvests, Mediterranean mycelium psychics. Your boot sole erases tomorrow's storm warning. Not your fault, the prophecy looked like spilled lentils. Wooden paddles stand sentry, their handles polished smooth by 10,000 stirs. No fancy machinery here, human wrists orchestrate decay's ballet. The head stirrer bears purple-stained knuckles, permanent souvenir from a rebellious mackerel batch. He winks, tapping his temple clocks in here, not your fancy sundials. Historians still argue whether night-stirred garum tasted brighter or just cost more to produce. Bet the night crew charged overtime. Waves slap outside, timekeeping for people who distrust hourglasses. Each tidal suck pulls something from the jars, adds something back. Alchemy's shell game. You catch yourself leaning close, inhaling deep despite the nose hair assault. Decay shouldn't smell like promises. Yet here we are, sinus betrayal complete. A tile shifts underfoot, revealing a mouse nest lined with rosemary stems. Even vermin stockpile flavor here, gourmet apocalypse preppers. 3 tiny skeletons curl among peppercorns. Didn't flee fast enough from last year's amazing ambrosia batch. Workers bless rodents as tiny tasters. If they croak, recipes cursed. You nudge the tile shut. Posthumous food critics deserve privacy. Suddenly, laughter erupts near the salt pile. 2 shovelers tossing almond shells into a jar. Old trick to mute harsh odors, like champagne corks in century eggs. One claims his grandmom used dried camel dung, but his grin hints at tall tales. Actual Phoenician, traders imported Sicilian sea salt. Contraband flavor, forbidden by rival cities. They'd smuggle it in hollow statue, heads artful salting for the afterlife. Warmth radiates from amphorae, living clay pregnant with umami futures. Press your palm to a belly, vibration buzzes up your arm. Feels like beehive energy, if bees mainland sardine guts. Your pulse sinks with slow decomposition, the grudging surrender of flesh to time. Tax records show richer houses, burned sandalwood near garum pots, perfume warfare against their own pantries. Dawn's first gray bleeds through cracks. Workers rush the final salt layers. See crystals cascade into mouths, burying silver scales under white deserts. Someone hums, a hymn possibly, or just tuneless panic about deadlines. The foreman licks air, testing brine sharpness like a sommelier of death. Your tongue inexplicably remembers yesterday's olive loaf, regretting the comparison. Workers slurp midday broth, unfazed by proximity to putrid gold. One offers a wooden spoon. Your recoil amuses them for 7 minutes straight. Diaries from Pompeii mention bribing garum tasters, danger pay before danger pay existed. Best job in town if you had no nostrils. A jar gurgles loud as a brook, then falls silent. Singing means happy, a worker assures, patting the terracotta like a favored hound. Truth is nobody knows why some batches croon, others sulk. You bend closer, reciting nursery rhymes, just in case encouragement helps. Footsteps scatter rodents, the foreman barking about Rhodian spies. Someone drapes hemp sacks over jars, pointless modesty for liquefied fish. Historians found coded letters about saffron sabotage, gourmet espionage, ruined 2 careers. You fake a cough, suddenly aware that watching rot might look suspicious. Sunlight now stabs full force, shrinking shadows into timid puddles. Workers seal the last lid, their hands trembling from salt's relentless itch. 12 weeks minimum, until unsealing, a lifetime for anchovies, a blink for pyramids. You trace faded graffiti, a crescent moon with fishtail flourishes. The head stirrer presses a clay chip into your palm. Come back when it sings proper. Dust motes swirl where you stood, already filling gaps left by visitors' awe. Outside, gulls scream over fresh scraps, unimpressed by tomorrow's umami. Your sandal squelches, something guerrilla fermenting behind a rain barrel. No witnesses if you keep walking. Sea wind purges lungs, replacing death perfume with simple wet rocks. Still, you pocket the chip promise tattooed in terracotta grit. Somewhere behind you, 56 time capsules tick toward flavor explosions. Hope they remember your contribution, that one almond shell dropped in nervous flight. Moonlight bleeds through gaps in the warehouse roof, painting 56 terracotta bellies silver. The head stirrer's chip warms your palm, still imprinted with his salt-cracked fingerprints. You settle cross-legged on packed earth, guardian of jars, hissing like offended cats. Night shift means listening, really listening, to the language of living rot. Bubbles rise in quick triplets, pause, then a lazy solo ascent. Workers swear noisy pots ferment faster, nature's version of whistling while you work. One amphora gurgles low and wet, a drunkard's snore trapped in clay. You lean closer, counting rhythms like a midwife timing contractions. Fermentation temps were gauged by bubble patterns. Scrolls from Alexandria prove it. 2 bad nobody left instructions for interpreting fish belches. A warm droplet hits your neck, jar sweat, or ceiling leak. You wipe it, sniff, immediately regret the umami baptism. Salt crusts shimmer on clay lids, tiny galaxies mirrored in fish brine. Someone's scuffed sandal print mars a jar's shoulder. Size matches the foreman's infamous bunion. Historians still argue whether night watch shifts were punishment or honor. Depends how much you enjoyed solitude. 12 jars east, something rattles its lid. A wooden peg dancing in its hole. Workers whisper of jar imps, blaming them for spoiled batches and missing tools. You flick an almond shell at the offender, silence follows. Coincidence, obviously, but tradition demands tribute. Records show Greek garum makers slept beside pots to catch night whispers. Poor souls, probably hallucinated from stench. Cool air snakes through the warehouse, rustling hemp sacks draped over jars. Dawn's hours away, the darkness feels thick as unstirred paste. Pressing an ear to warm clay, you decode gurgles into nonsense words, flippet squish, or glorpshine. One chronicle mentions priests interpreting bubbles as divine messages. Talk about bad career choices. The head stirrer's chip pulses against your thigh, a mute reminder. Time loops differently here. Minutes stretch like fish guts drying in sun. 3 rats skitter across rafters, dropping rosemary stems into shadows. Even rodents work night shift here, flavor-hoarding lunatics. Your stomach growls, betrayed by daylight habits. Never crave bread more than when guarding fermented fish sludge. Diary entries from Pompeii's watchdog mention bribes of figs and honey. Good to know some things never change. A sudden pop echoes, lid lifting half a finger's width. Murky liquid oozes over the rim, seeping into the salt moat below. You scramble, wedging the peg tight, sweat pricking your hairline. No catastrophe, just a chatty jar, overdoing its performance. Workers call this jar laughter, proof the batch thrives, still unnerving as midnight footfalls. Inadequate sealing caused more spoilage than bad fish scrolls from Herculaneum. Confirm it. 55 other lids stay obedient, smug in their stillness. Moonlight shifts, spotlighting the rebellious amphora. A hairline crack spirals from its base, too fine for daytime notice. You trace it, feeling warmth pulse beneath the flaw. Maybe stable, maybe a ticking disaster. Who decides? The head stirrer's voice drifts back. Some pots wanna be stars, others wanna be soup. Cryptic advice feels less helpful now. Ship manifests reveal that damaged jars were submerged in seawater. Repair baths for critical leaks. Wind whistles through roof gaps, mimicking the jar size. Your eyelids droop, snapping open as a bubble chorus erupts. The warehouse thrums, sound waves vibrating through your ribs. Feels like standing inside a giant's digesting stomach. Closing your eyes, the noise becomes a marketplace. Vendors hawking invisible wares. Hear saffron sellers bickering, or just ammonia fumes melting your brain. One jar emits rhythmic taps, pebble in a tide pool cadence. You crouch, spotting a snail trapped in the salt moat. Its shell clicks against terracotta, desperate clockmaker in a briny jail. Worker lore claims shellfish clean bad spirits from fermenting brews. Gently, you flick the snail toward shadows. Take the night off, pal. Your knees protest. Rising reminds you of ancient terracotta yourself. Stretching, you catch movement in peripheral vision. Jar shadows stretching longer than physics allows. Workers swapped tales of amphora ghosts, souls pickled in premium batches. Blink shadows snap back to normal. Probably tired eyes, or that rogue snail dragging a cosmic crisis behind it. 3 faint melodies drift through walls, fishermen's wives singing to distant jars. Their harmonies thread between bubbling jars, life and death, duetting off-key. Someone hung garlic braids near the entrance, purification theater against nighttime jitters. Actual Roman texts debate garlic's preservative powers. Opinions split like overfilled amphorae. Salt sweat stings your eyes, wiping only grinds in grit. At least the smell's gone nasal, your brain surrendered hours ago. Watch shifts lasted till dawn, workers chewing mint to stay alert. You crush a stray leaf, stolen from a shoveler's pouch. Sour green sparks on your tongue. A jar's belly vibrates, transmitting Morse code tremors through the floor. Place both palms flat. Earth itself seems to shiver. Earthquake. Or just 10,000 fish scales dissolving into liquid gold. Pompeii frescoes show workers leaping from shaking vats. Didn't help them in the end. First rooster crow slices dark you jolt, heart hammering like a mallet on wet clay. False alarm, some avian insomniac jumping shift. False dawn lets you exhale guardian duty, nearly complete. Press the head stirrer's chip into the warmest jar, clay kissing clay. A mute good job. Shuffling footsteps approach, tired workers arrive before true sunrise. They spy your salt-crusted clothes, grinning at another, initiate surviving the watch. Someone tosses a fig, a peace offering for babysitting their umami babies. The foreman squints at the cracked amphora. Will float that one. Sea cures stubborn cases. Walking into pallid dawn light, your ears ring with phantom bubbles. Pocketing the chip, now crusted in fishy holiness, you glance back. 56 jars sit smug, holding night's secrets like a 56-throated choir. One belches loud enough to scare gulls off the roof, final sarcastic salute. Sea wind scours your lungs, replacing death perfume with damp wool dawn. Tendrils of smoke rise from worker huts, breakfast burning, regular life resuming. The chip digs into your thigh, a clay splinter anchoring you to brine-scented shadows. A donkey brays, probably laughing at your fish-scented hair. Maybe historians won't debate night watches, just assume we all went mad. Trudging toward scrub pines, you smell rosemary beneath rotten layers, the world reasserting balance. Jar ghosts fade with sunrise, if they existed at all. Salt crumbles from your sandals, marking each step with white dashes. Head stirrers write clocks live in clay, not sundials. Your bones hum, fermentation's metronome under muscle, as seabirds write today's memos across the sky. Sea wind nips your ears, turning them into salted shells, cupping night's static. Orion sprawls above the harbor, his belt buckle dripping starlight onto restless waves. You tilt the head stirrer's chip, aligning its chipped edge with the constellation, rough imitation of a sailor's sextant. 300 amphorae line the moonlit beach, shadow soldiers awaiting celestial orders. Workers chant as they pour brine, their tempo synced to Sirius's climb over the horizon. Lunar calendars, dictated stirring cycles. You're basically following a cosmic recipe card. Historians, confirmed Babylonian brewers, timed beer fermentation. By star movements, Garum makers shared the tradition. Tonight, Orion's sword points west, meaning clockwise stirs only according to that cracked tablet in the foreman's hut. A comet streaks north, vanishing behind Poseidon's stone temple. Bad omen, barks the oldest brine shaper, spitting thrice into wet sand. Workers freeze, 50 ladles hovering over frothy jars. Foreman scoffs, just sky vomit keeps stirring. Bet 5 historians will debate that comet's meaning within a century. Your knuckles whiten around the chip. Janitorial duty feels suddenly epic. Moonlight etches jar edges too sharply, like terracotta cut from black velvet. You measure star angles by stretching your thumb. An old dockside trick fisherman taught you. Polaris winks through coastal haze, steady as the city's best amphora seal. One ledger from Tyre lists cloudless nights as double pay shifts, stellar overtime rates. 3 waves crash exactly as Rigel kisses the highest warehouse roof. Coincidence, sure, but you count 17 heartbeats till the next triplet. Workers pour anchovy guts in unison. Zodiac-themed teamwork looks suspiciously efficient. Wonder if they choreographed this during lunch breaks. Temple records show priests sold astrologically optimized brine days, ancient upselling at its finest. One jar growls, defying celestial harmony, bubbles, exploding like overcooked lentils. You crouch spotting crab legs, tangled in fish sludge. Some fisherman's sloppy, filleting job. Evening troublemaker. You murmur, stirring counterclockwise to reset its attitude. Fringe texts claim full moons made Garum restless, probably just bad batch excuses. Your ladle scrapes jar sediment, unearthing a lumpy black mass. Squinting reveals a waterlogged olive pit, natural timer for tracking ferment stages. Workers mark rotations with pebbles. Why use poetry when pebbles exist? A trader's diary found near Carthage mentions counting olive pits to predict garum prices, economic forecasting via snack remnants. Wind shifts, carrying cinnamon and rotting squid, the olfactory roller coaster of night shift. You gag stepping sideways, right onto a starfish someone left as a jar guardian. Its stiff limbs crackle, thanks for the crunch, you tell the absent prankster. Moonlight reveals starfish patterns in spilled salt, nature doodling its own constellations. 3 fishermen's lamps bob offshore orange, eyes winking between waves. Their nets glimmer like low-flying comets, hauling future garum ingredients skyward. You track their lights against Ursa Major seafarers, using bears as GPS. Historians still argue whether Phoenicians navigated by stars or just hugged coastlines. Both methods probably involved copious vomiting. A shooting star fractures the sky, silvering workers sweat slick faces for one breath. Everyone pauses, ladles dripping, waiting. When no disaster strikes, they resume stirring, disappointed their shift wasn't magically shortened. Clay tablets from Ugarit describe meteors as sky urine, so much for romantic space rocks. Your chip warms, vibrating faintly against your palm. Align it again, Beetlejuice now burning through the chip's central flaw. Foreman claims chips remember seasoned stirrers' rhythms. Sentimental hagglers pay extra for star-trained tools. You suppress a snort. The chip's just sun-warped terracotta, not some astral antenna. Midnight breeze carries a woman's laughter from the clifftop villa, too rich for fish-stench districts. Must be that spice merchant's wife entertaining clients. Workers smirk, stirring faster, imagining scandalous star-aligned rendezvous above their brine-crusted reality. A Pompeii graffito jokes that garum makers dream of stars. Stars dream of better-smelling jobs. Clouds swallow Orion's left shoulder, your cue to check western jars. Their brine swirls clockwise, currents fighting lunar pull, but legally distinct. One pot's surface writhes with maggots, discarded earlier, but now moonlight revived. Resurrection buffet, you mutter, skimming them into the tide. Egyptian texts proposed maggots, purified ferment. Everyone else called it biohazard soup. Rain spits, suddenly, cold needles pricking your neck. Workers curse, draping hemp sacks over jars like worried parents. The foreman bellows, it's just sky spit, stir harder. 5 seconds later, he ducks under the warehouse awning, hypocrite turtlenecking in linen. Historians adore chronicling ancient waterproofing methods, mostly involving goat grease and prayers. Your chip slips, plunging into thick garum, a sacrificial dunking. Fish guts cling to it like translucent barnacles. This'll require an olive oil bath later. Workers tease, head stirrers ghost'll haunt you now. You wave a dismissive hand, tell him to file complaints at dawn. Lightning forks over the sea, electrifying jar, lids into temporary mirrors. Thunder follows, shaking amphorae into offbeat percussion. Workers chant louder, struggling to outvolume nature's grumpy interjection. One jar cracks audibly, stress fracture, or lightning protest, vote, tomorrow's problem. Stars reemerge dimmer now, washed clean by the storm's exit. Cancer constellation peeks over the horizon, its crab claws cradling a fuzzy star cluster. Workers nod respectfully, reverence for the crab's association with salty ventures. Temple carvings show priests offering garum to Cancer, because crabs love fish guts. Whispers a stirrer earning elbow jabs. Your spine groans, leaning against a jar feels like hugging a warm boulder. Cold brine seeps through your tunic, lower back tattooed in fishy dampness. Bet the head stirrer never mentioned lumbar sacrifices in his starry pep talks. Medical scrolls recommend garum compresses for back pain. Brilliant negligence disguised as treatment. 3 owls hoot from the scrub pines, avian shift workers mocking human exhaustion. You mimic their cry, workers giggle, ladles clinking like drunken wind chimes. An Athenian play mocked garum makers as owl-brained, probably written by a lactose-intolerant cheese merchant. Dawn bleeds purple at the horizon, Orion fleeing westward like a drunk evading creditors. You speedster your final jars, racing solar annihilation. Workers count down star vanishings. Altair gone, Vega gone, good night Lyra. Night leaks away Garum's celestial shift ending. Foreman reappears robed in hypocritical dryness, sniffing jars like a wine snob. He nods at your storm-weathered batch. Stars didn't ruin it, miracle. You pocket the fish-glazed chip. Just tell Orion he's welcome. Sunlight murders the last stars, your pupils screaming in retaliation. Squinting, you spot fish, scales glittering in the sand, discarded constellations underfoot. Workers disperse, shoulders sagging, but their chants linger like ozone after lightning. Salt crusts your eyelashes, blinking feels like scrubbing pots with sandpaper. First shift's herbal tea steam won't erase this night. Garum's astral pact welded into your pores. Walking home, you count 73 gulls circling the warehouse, nature's cleanup crew clocking in. The chip pulses in your pocket, still synced to Beetlejuice's fade. Head stirrers voice ghosts through your skull. Stars don't guide brine. Brine borrows starlight to remember its own recipe. Seabirds screech too loud for your vinegar-tender skull. You chuck an olive pit at them, miss spectacularly. It plops into foam. Tide drags it seaward, maybe Carthage-bound for economic forecasting. Horizon stripes itself peach and spite. Day shifts problem palette. You touch the chip, its edges now fused with dried garum. DIY constellation in your palm. Cancer vanishes, taking its crabby blessings elsewhere, while your boots leave salted comet trails on the beach. Sleep wraps you like kelp, sticky bands of exhaustion clinging to every limb. Your hammock sways with harbor rhythms. No, wait, that's your own pulse, thudding in salt-crusted ears. Lost sand grinds between toes, sheets transformed into beach traps by overtired neurons. 3 gulls scream outside, obnoxious avian alarm clocks stuck on snooze. Dreams arrive smelling of brine, which tracks after 12 stir hours, inhaling fermented fish clouds. You float above Sidon's docks, spectral tourist, haunting midnight warehouses. Below, workers resemble beetles, tending obsidian jars, their chants muffled like wax-sealed whispers. Historians confirmed Phoenicians shipped garum to Gaul amphora-label party destinations. A mosaic tile floor materializes under your ghost feet, fish scales set in dizzying spirals. Each step squelches, living mortar bubbling between your toes. Great, you mutter. Even dreams come with wet socks now. A marmalade octopus oozes from a wall crack, winking before dissolving into ceiling plaster. Voices hum inside terracotta walls, amphorae gossip about sluggish rot rates. One jar boasts, my bubbles outswirl yours. Another retorts, tell that to my dill percentage. You press your ear to warm clay, learning nothing useful, just fermentation drama. Your dream self sneezes, expelling tiny silver fish that spiral into geometry shapes. Pythagoras would have loved tripping seagulls if he'd traded olives for anchovies. Workers below scatter, beware the math fish, cries a superstitious stirrer, his ladle raised like a sword. Moonlight bleaches everything, even shadow puppets projected from your insomnia. 2 silhouette figures stir a cauldron, their movements suspiciously mirroring your foreman's overtime scowl. You toss dream pebbles at them, each hits with a glop sound, like ladles sinking in week-old garum. Waves become liquid stairs, ascending to a star-chewed sky. You climb each step colder, toes numbing into sea glass marbles. Distant gulls shape-shift into winged camels because dreams hate coherent zoology. A trader's log found near Cadiz described fish-ridden sleep visions as professional hazards. Aka, unpaid overtime for the brain. Someone drapes rotting nets over your shoulders. Instant maritime fashion disaster. Thanks, you tell the absent fisherman needed more eel vibes. Nets tighten, digging shrimp-sized diamonds into your collarbone. Museum scraps show garum makers slept in fishnet hammocks. Dubious comfort claims ensued. You plunge into a jar brine thick as honey, but tasting like remorse. Saltwater hieroglyphs float past, fermentation instructions from sarcophagus blueprints. A squid ink stir counterclockwise across your forearm, helpful yet dermatologically alarming. Herodotus described Egyptian priests using garum as dream ink, but he also thought winged snakes guarded incense trees. You recall mid-suffocation. Surfacing, you choke out brine that pools into mini Mediterranean replicas. Each puddle contains toy triremes, tiny oarsmen rowing towards your left ear canal. Historians still argue whether Roman garum paired better with dormice or hallucinogenic honey. Gourmet debates lost to Colosseum dust. The dream shifts. You're a sentient olive pit bouncing across tidal charts. Stars tattoo your woody flesh. Celestial cartography meets snack residue. Workers scribble bets. 20 coppers on pit reaching Crete first. Your rolling becomes a debt crisis. Thanks, nocturnal brain. A moonbeam snags your ankle, dragging you toward Lunar garum distilleries. Pixie-sized potters knead clay with cometary dust, their jars glowing like bottled auroras. You pocket a star cinder, souvenir, you tell yourself, not petty dream theft. Byzantine scrolls, rumor 12, such cinders, powered Alexandria's lighthouse, likely drunk monk fantasies. Ghost boats materialize, their hulls stuffed with bloated fish mummies. Ramses II allegedly demanded garum in his tomb. His priests swapped it for honey. First recorded food substitution scam. A spectral cat licks your elbow, purring like a poorly greased wine press. Dawn's gray fingers start squeezing the dream, reality's noose tightening. You cling to a cloud shaped like a sardine. 5 more minutes. Water crashes your face. The real ocean now licking the docks below your hammock. Gulls stab leftover fish, guts near your dangling hand. Feathered vultures with 0 boundaries. You swat half-heartedly, wishing dream octopi would resurface for guard duty. Fishermen's shouts echo. Another day, another denarius. Coin-shaped sunbeams already stab your eyelids. Your tongue tastes of copper and misplaced nostalgia. Sleep's alchemy failed to rinse garum from your pores. Workers trudge past, reeking of new shifts, eyes glazed like yesterday's you. One tosses an olive pit at your hammock for tonight's forecasts. He grins, sprinting before retaliation. Horizon bleeds gold nights, brine swallowed by day's vinegar bite. You exhale, your breath still fluttering phantom fish scales above salt-crusted lips. The sea keeps its recipe, dream ingredients dissolving into foam. Salt creeps under fingernails first, those half-moon territories of quick and keratin. You scrub raw knuckles against hemp trousers, grit lodged like stubborn memories. Workers heap crystalline mountains beside tilting clay jars, each mound mirroring miniature Lebanese peaks. Tyrian purple dye monopolies shaped empires, but this white gold fed fleets. A scaled belly gleams in your palms, anchovy flesh still pliant with stolen sea warmth. Your thumb traces its silver vein, the life road now closed. Salt crystals cascade like suicidal snowflakes, burying iridescent skins under preservative frost. Tablets from Ugarit describe moon phase salting schedules. Never trust a cloud-covered cure scribe's warned. You pack layer upon layer, fish then salt, then fish creatures stacked like metallic coins. Fingers grow numb, brine carving red canyons through your fingerprints. One worker hums a dirge for the sardines. May your guts ferment with dignity. A salt trader's log found near Carthage swore crystals screamed when trodden, likely just sea wind, you murmur, pressing another layer. The jar's mouth swallows your efforts, gulping down salted silver, and your morning's sweat. Your palm slaps the clay rim, lid secured with rocks that still smell of volcano birth. Air bubbles rise sluggish, trapped prayers from fishbone cathedrals below. Historians still argue whether garum makers were respected chemists or just glorified trash tenders. The dead fish don't clarify. Sunlight glares off brine pools, accusing you of pickle homicide. You wipe your brow, salt crunching in eyebrow trenches like sandy tears. A apprentice trips, spilling salt in a Phoenician hexagram pattern. Workers freeze. Quick hisses the foreman, throw mackerel blood on it. Superstition wins, the splash looking like a bad omen omelet. One crystal clings to your wrist, a diamond imposter sweating in afternoon heat. You flick it into the jar, extra seasoning. The salt's alchemy has begun, stealing water from cells like a thirsty thief. Pompeii graffiti jokes. Titus drinks garum like wine and smells like yesterday's catch, plus saw change. Your tongue swells with phantom salinity, mouth memorizing ocean's sharp kiss. Workers chant stirring counts, 13 beats, bird wing tempo. Someone chuckles, longer counts mean weaker arms. You mimic their rhythm, elbow protesting yesterday's overwork. A Greek poet called this process turning fin into philosophy pretentious, but not wrong. Brine puddles around jar bases, thin veins of liquid regret. You trace one with a toe, half expecting it to hiss. Salt crusts form fractal patterns, nature doodling in sodium while you labor. Cremona garum factories paid workers partially in olives, better than nothing. You muse, eyeing today's meager ration sack. A fly lands on the jar lid, wings iridescent, with dangerous curiosity. You wave it off, come back in 3 months. The foreman snaps. No free samples. Sundials stretch shadows into knife blades, time carved into salt-caked skin. Roman aficionados claimed best garum came from fish, dissolved completely, no cheating chunks. You peek under a lid, flesh already surrendering to brine's siege. Muscle fibers fray like old rope bones, bleaching into ghost architecture. Hands that scaled this fish now weave fishing nets downstream, circle of fistrality. Mucine fermenting in Uganda mirrors, these ancient vats, humans really stuck with what works. Moonrise finds you scrubbing ankle-deep salt from warehouse floors. Crystals bite your calves, angry glitter in twilight gloom. Each sweep reveals mosaic fragments beneath fish gods, judging your cleanup skills. Great, you mutter, even floors are second-guessing me. Stars prick the brine pools, false constellations reflected in murky mirrors. You drag the last shovel of spoiled fish guts to the midden heap, its stench curdling moonlight. Watchmen light fish oil lanterns, smoke writing lazily altered curses in the air. Ephesus, slum landlords allegedly repurposed garum jars as child coffins, dark recycling. Your hammock beckons with salt-stiffened fibers, crunching like insect shells as you collapse. Tongue probing a molar, you dislodge one defiant crystal. It dissolves slowly, a tiny ocean relearning its tides against your palate. Dream already waiting, patient as salt in a wound. Torchlight bleeds through cracked warehouse boards, painting stripes across your salt-crusted eyelids. Shadows swell and shrink, projected giants kneading invisible dough. You blink at the ceiling, counting rafters like a hopeless insomniac. Roman garum vats clustered near Ostia's docks. The stench kept rich patrons upwind. A shadow pauses, its elongated hand hovering over your hammock. Not my problem, you mumble, rolling over. Crushed rosemary beneath you releases a sleepy perfume, nature's sleeping pill. Workers' footsteps echo like muted drums, hauling midnight brine shifts. Gossip claims Egyptian embalmers used garum to pickle organs, probably just a bad yawn aftertaste. Two shadows intertwine, forked tongues licking the ceiling beams. Your breath syncs with their dance. In, out, in, historians still argue whether moon phases dictated ceiling jars, or if some intern just liked stargazing. A juggler's flame arcs across the dark, flaring shadows into 3-armed monstrosities. You snort, Prometheus called wants his overtime pay. The foreman's torch bobs like drunk firefly, inspecting amphorae seals. His shadow stretches into a titan smoothing clay lids with mountain-sized palms. Salt grit grinds beneath boots, workers scattering like roaches from light. Move those mackerel guts. His echo booms, though his real mouth stays shut. One pot's shadow bulges, swelling like a pregnant belly. You imagine fermented chaos within bubbles, plotting their great escape. A drip hits your forehead, brine, or condensation, or cosmic spit. Cheers, you whisper, wiping it into your hairline-free hair tonic. Torchlight catches a worker's yawn, stretching his jaw shadow into a crocodile maw. You mimic it, joints popping in soggy sympathy. Someone kicks a stray anchovy. It skitters into darkness. Silver flash gone rogue reminds you of Alexandria's catacombs. Oil lamps making mummies shuffle on walls. Flames lick the last dry wood, spitting angry orange sparks. Shadows sharpen into blade edges, then blur as new logs catch. Your eyelids droop, the giant's now smudged charcoal fingerprints. Marine archaeologists found sunken garum jars off Cyprus, still pungent after millennia. Bet those finders, you murmur, wished they hadn't. Moonlight intrudes, pale competitor to torch fury. Twin shadows duel across amphorae bellies, one warm, one cold. You track a moth, diving too close to flame, its shadow crisp as papyrus cutouts. Night guards bet on cockroach races in the far corner, whispers sharp, with stolen wine breath. A shadow hand reaches for you, fingers branching into bone twigs. You lift your own arm, watch silhouettes almost touch. The foreman curses a cracked lid his shadow stomps like petulant colossus. Workers' laughs ripple darkly, no mouths visible, just shaking void shapes. Torch smoke writes curses on the ceiling, twisting script only ghosts comprehend. You try reading it upside down, probably says, more salt needed. Historians still argue whether night shifts sang hymns to Poseidon or just cursed their blisters. Fire shrinks, shadows retreating into timid puddles. Your breath slows, counting lid rattles instead of sheep. One amphorae groans, its shadow convulsing like a sick whale. There, you slur into your arm, just transformation pains. The last flame drowns in ash darkness, swallowing the warehouse whole. Echoes persist, wood creaks, brine sighs your heartbeat. Somewhere, a real hand pats a clay curve, gentle as lulling a child. You finally let go, drifting where shadows can't follow. Moonlight pools around clay curves, each jar wearing liquid silver collars. You surface from shallow sleep, still tasting brine in your throat. The warehouse breathes, a chorus of wet glugs beneath terracotta lids. Historians agree Romans tracked tidal patterns, mapping how moon waves ruled their coasts. Your hammock sways, mimicking the jar's lazy rock. Brine sloshes left, then right, a liquid pendulum, counting seconds. Cheaper than an hourglass, you murmur, watching droplets crawl down amphorae bellies. Night guards swear jars hum when full moons kiss the harbor. An in-joke you now hear vibrating in your teeth. One amphorae groans, its shadow stretching thin on the wall. You count heartbeats between its gurgles, 18 thumps per fermentation sigh. Tiny bubbles rise like drowned stars, trapped constellations in fish sauce galaxies. Fishermen's tales whisper of anchovies swimming moonward after death, their bones guiding tides home. A drip escapes a cracked lid, splatting onto moonlit stone. You track its path, a sly silver snail without a shell. Moonbeams pierce the brine below, illuminating murky teardrops of decaying mackerel. Museum scrolls show lunar calendars scratched into jar lids, Mare Nostrum's alarm clocks. You mutter, fingers tracing imaginary etchings. Shadows shrink as the moon climbs, pulling darkness toward the rafters. Jars seem to lean northwest, drawn to an invisible shore. You picture tides inside tides, miniature oceans, fighting clay shorelines. Historians still argue whether fermentation rooms faced the sea for practical drainage or to appease tidal deities. The sour tang sharpens, lungs filling with liquefied moonlight. Your tongue tingles, phantom flavors of salt and silt and distance. Workers joke about drunk moons drowning in garum pots, hence all that nocturnal sloshing. Better than cheap wine, you tell the nearest amphora, patting its gritty flank. A bubble erupts, delivering a miniature splash against the lid. Its echo bounces off warehouse walls, a wet hiccup in the silence. You match its rhythm, breathing in when the brine sighs out. Phoenician traders timed voyages to fermentation cycles. Full moons meant ready shipments. Moonlight bleeds across the floor, quicksilver fingers reaching for your toes. Jars glow faintly, algae green halos betraying their microscopic wars. You yawn, jaw popping like a gutted fish. Who needs lullabies, you slur, as 43 jars synchronize their swells. Wind sneaks through cracks, carrying real tides from the docks. The amphorae hum louder, recognizing their mother sea's breath. Your spine tingles, amphibian instincts urging you toward the water. Sleep-drunk scholars once charted garum tides in Alexandria, claiming pots peaked at high tide. Shadows creep back as the moon retreats stingy with its glow now. Brine grows restless, slapping clay like open palms demanding release. You count 13 violent sloshes, then sudden calm, as if the sea inhaled sharply. Night fishermen claim garum makers stole moon magic, hence the squinting you rationalize, eyelids fluttering. Jars exhale vinegar-scented fog, ghostly show-offs under fading moonlight. One pot's lid rattles, its contents heaving a final midnight heave. You imagine Poseidon yawning below, his breath rippling through every vessel. Workers left seaweed offerings for smoother fermentations, superstition or science. The moon dips low, its reflection fracturing in puddles of fish sludge. Amphorae still themselves, dreaming of Mediterranean depths between stirs. You sink deeper into your hammock, a beached creature returning to the waves. 27 bubbles pop in unison, your personal counting sheep. Dawn's first breeze slips under the door, lunar trance broken. Garum settles, accepting its daylight dormancy beneath weighted lids. Your final thought drips away tides in a jar-cheating geography. Historians still argue whether moon phases mattered more than ambient temperature, but you've stopped caring, sinking where brine and dreams swap recipes. Your eyelids flutter open, stardust clinging to lashes like wet salt. Above Ursa Major's paw dips toward the dunes, as if scooping sand into the sky. You drag a palm across cool grains, fingertips, remembering days' heat fleeing night's approach. Phoenicians navigated by the North Star, guiding ships through ink-black seas with celestial trust. A breeze scripts invisible notes, your nail etching lines between Orion's belt stars. 3 dashes form, then 7 smaller marks, a recipe carved in negative space. 12 parts fish, you whisper, connecting dots like a drunken cartographer. Workers swore they dreamt spice measurements, zodiac symbols floating in brine fumes. 1 constellation blinks, or was it a firefly mocking your efforts? You press harder, sand catching under fingernails like tiny rebellion. Legend claims the fish-to-salt ratio came from Andromeda's outstretched arms, 1 fingertip per amphora. Stellar seasoning, you snort, yet trace her supposed silhouette anyway. The sea inhales behind you, waves whispering ratios against the shore. 14 crests, then silence, as if counting its own ingredients. Historians still argue whether celestial maps were practical guides or prayers to star-stitched gods of plenty. Your pinky carves Taurus's horn, mocking his eternal charging at nothing. Sand shifts, burying your star chart halfway through Virgo's robe. You exhale, watching grains tremble, a lunar tide in miniature. That potter from Tyre swore new moons skewed come in proportions, like baking bread during an eclipse. He'd rasped, eyelids crusted with salt. Overhead, Lyra's harp strings vanish behind wisps of clouds. Your index finger stabs downward, mapping its ghost onto the beach. 13 palm widths, just like the scrolls describe for fermenting squid ink garum. Music to rot by. You mutter toes wiggling parallel to the ecliptic. Phoenician traders buried star maps with spoiled batches, appeasing cosmic food critics. You picture dead merchants grumbling, not enough. Corvus constellation in this brew. Imagination paints ravens pecking at poorly aligned jars. A shooting star streaks, burning a recipe amendment across the sky. Sheepishly, you wipe away your crooked Scorpius, its tail kinked from a distracted toe drag. Night fishermen claim spice measurements appear in bioluminescent waves. If you squint during high tide, your knuckle indents Pleiades, 7 dimples for 7 sisters' wisdom. Cool sand seeps into your sleeve, itching like unanswered questions. Scroll fragments found near Carthage show doodled planets beside fish bone tallies, grocery lists, or holy diagrams. The moon nudges Pisces westward, its fish tied by starlight string. You mimic their knot, 2 overlapping circles that dissolve like sea foam. That crazed scholar from Rhodes tracked Mercury's retrogrades against ferment times. Planetary paranoia, co-workers chuckled, until his batches won imperial favor. Salt crust glints on your wrist, false constellations in dried sweat. You blink, realizing you've drawn the same nonsensical spiral 4 times. Guards swear drunk cooks tried baking under Leo's influence once, resulting in charred bread shaped like well-leavened big cats. Wind rescrambles your celestial scribbles, a cosmic eraser at work. Grain ridges mimic the Milky Way, if the Milky Way smelled of dead anchovies. You collapse backward, laughing at Andromeda's sagging proportions stretched across your knees. Stars pulse like bubbles in distant garum vats, each twinkle a fermented wish. Historians still argue whether sailors added saffron during specific eclipses or just liked wasting merchant gold. Your fingers finally still, accepting the sand's slow deletion of tonight's culinary constellations. The North Star winks, or maybe you're just blinking too slow. Forgotten or just illegible, you croak, eyelids etching unfinished recipes into the dark. Dawn's approach bleeds starlight from the sky, your sand script dissolving grain by grain. 43 visible stars remain, each one blinking recipes for those still awake enough to read them. Watchmen once claimed the night sky held backup instructions should earthbound jars rebel against their makers. Frigid waves kiss your heels, claiming another failed celestial draft. Your fingers twitch, a final spasm mimicking Cassiopeia's jagged throne. Sleep comes as the last star fades, an unmeasured pinch of stardust sprinkling your dreams. Scorpion claws click like tiny castanets, retreating from the garum pot steam. Your drowsy gaze tracks their shadow ballet, pincers raised in surrender to the stinking mist. Fermented fish, guts simmer, transforming anchovy carcasses into liquid gold. Phoenician traders shipped this sauce across seas. Rome slurped it up like gourmet nectar. Moonlight glints off carapaces, a dozen armored backs fleeing the sacred stench. One brave rebel pauses, testing the vapor's edge with spindly legs. You smirk as it recoils, scuttling backward into brittle scrub. Workers whispered moonlight could transmute scorpion venom, infusing the brew's umami kick. Bubbles pop in clay jars, gurgling warnings to intruders. Historians still argue whether the stink attracted jackals or just ruined their appetite. You picture desert wolves sneezing, confused by their own hunger. Salt crust whitens the pot lids like false snow, a delicate contrast to the rot beneath. Dung beetles tumble past, their precious spheres rolling faster downhill. Even they won't risk contaminating their treasures here. Your chuckle dies in your throat, thick air coating your tongue with brine and decay. Night herons stalk shorelines, ignoring this banquet of reeking miracles. A gecko freezes mid-wall, tongue flicking at the paradox of putrid perfume. You count its rapid breaths, sides swelling like miniature bellows. Records exist of garum makers bribing priests, claiming scorpion retreats as divine endorsements. Warmth radiates from the terracotta, Earth's belly, digesting scales and spines. You press a palm against the curved surface, feeling fermentation's pulse. Some believed myrrh resin lined the pots, binding poison to preservation. Your nostrils flare, detecting no sweetness beneath the fishy assault. A black-winged moth dives into the steam, wings faltering mid-flight. It spirals groundward, joining other failed explorers in the dust. You wonder if its corpse will flavor batch 17, accidental protein enrichment. Guards once bet on which insects would breach the vapor barrier. Only termites ever won. Wind shifts, carrying the harbor's kelp rot to mingle with your brew. Historical accounts mention olfactory warfare, garum, vapors repelling Carthaginian spies. Your eyes water, though you can't tell if from laughter or ammonia fumes. A distant jackal howls, its cry smothered by fish-laden air. You imagine other creatures debating tonight, owls versus rats, on edibility ratings. Workers swore vipers avoided the facility, shedding skins farther uphill each season. Your toe nudges a discarded horseshoe crab shell, emptied centuries before Phoenicians arrived. It scrapes against stone, a hollow protest. Midwives once ground such carapaces, adding them to birthing room garum for iron strength. Brine fireflies glow faintly above the pots, green specks mirroring the ferment below. You blink, uncertain if they're insects or escaping gases. A scroll fragment found in Alexandria lists 37 insects supposedly detoxified by garum fumes, native termite royalty included. Dawn's first light pales the eastern dunes, dimming the insect retreat. Scorpions vanish into cracks. Days shift, replacing night's exiled army. You inhale deeply, lungs burning with accomplishment and anchovy essence. Pot lids rattle their final nocturnal chorus, one jar bubbling Morse code for enough already. The last moth surrenders, wings folding into a peppercorn-shaped tomb. You brush it into the nearest pot with a sardonic salute. Historians still argue whether garum truly warded off pests or just made everything taste like it did. Heat rises as the sun breaches the horizon, steam thinning into ghosts. You watch a beetle reclaim its dung ball triumphant in the absence of competition. Only now do you notice the silence. No buzz or skitter remains near the vats. Night creatures have fled, leaving you guardian of death's alchemy. Sea wind gusts, carrying away the worst of the night's odors. Your clothes exhale dried salt, stiffened by evaporated ocean breath. Workers used to joke this brew killed body lice, probably not worth testing. You lean back against the warm clay, listening, as day birds replace their nocturnal rivals. Sparrows chirp, indifferent to miracles below their perches. Garum pots sigh in unison, sealing secrets until twilight returns. Even the scorpions might miss this scent once the sun bleaches it from memory. Dawn paints stripes across hemp-wrapped mounds. Your ears tune to amphorae murmurs beneath burlap. Each terracotta belly chimes as workers shift them, hollow notes echoing vanished cargo holds. Phoenician ships once hauled these jars to Cornwall, trading fish sauce for Cornish tin. You imagine waves sloshing between decks, a briny cradle song for sleeping sailors. Rope fibers prickle your palms, rough embrace from yesterday's rigging. A stray olive pit rolls underfoot, discarded by some hurried packer. Workers swore pressing olives into barrel gaps prevented ceramic cracks. Though you suspect lunch theft, historians still argue whether mass production weakened the brew's magic or just spared royal nostrils. Sunlight warms the stacked clay, ghost ships dissolving from your mind. Tar streaks mark some jars, hasty repairs before monsoon voyages. Your thumb rubs one sticky patch smelling pine resin and desperation. Sailors bet obsidian blades on which amphorae would leak first, the losers drenched in fermented herring. Breeze flutters loose hemp threads, tickling your neck like spider leg warnings. You swat at nothing, all eight-legged refugees long gone with the scorpions. Some merchants wrote that Garum attracted benevolent spirits, though you've only met flies. A crate creaks its wooden ribs, straining against papyrus padding. Inside, sea salt crystals whisper against dried kelp bundles. Your palm hovers above the crudely stenciled label, a bull horn's symbol, meaning rush delivery. Rain starts pittering on clay lids, each drop hissing into steam above warm jars. Workers jog past, shouldering rushmat rain, cloaks that smell of wet goat. Their sandals slap puddles, splattering your ankles with beige mud. One mumbles about Nile crocodiles, how their bellies supposedly held unspoiled jars. You file that under drunken harbor tales, side by side with mermaid distillers. Thunder groans, a distant cousin to the Garum, pots nightly rumble. Lightning forks over the harbor, briefly etching trireme silhouettes against bruised clouds. Amphorae shift uneasily in their nests, a syncopated clunk-clank answering the storm. Roman tax records list 34 shipwrecks carrying Garum, their contents still seasoning the seafloor. Raindrops find cracks in storage shed roofs, plinking into puddles between jars. You catch one drop on your tongue, expecting brine, tasting only sky. Workers used to set out empty amphorae during storms, collecting Zeus tears to fortify the sauce. Hemp ropes darken with moisture, tightening their grip on clay curves. Your fingers trace swollen fibers, learning their rain-swollen grammar. A merchant's diary claimed tighter bindings, improved flavor, something about pressure, coaxing umami souls. Muffled voices drift from docked ships, captains arguing tides versus wind. You catch phrases like moon backlash and tuna luck, each syllable steeped in saltwater superstition. The playwright Menander called fishermen's forecasts salted insanity, though he died mysteriously after opening night. Sun pierces the clouds, steam rising from wet hemp wrappings. Damp burlap exhales smells of soggy wheat and forgotten lemons. You peel a wrapping corner back, terracotta warm beneath despite the rain. Temple frescoes show Garum amphorae wearing fabric cloaks, though theirs look suspiciously clean. Two workers roll a leaking amphora, its base crack, weeping burgundy sludge. They nicknamed it the Bleeder, betting on how far it would crawl overnight. Your boots stick in the trail it left, a snail's path of fishy blood. Phoenician law-fined merchants for leaky vessels. 3 copper coins per drop spilled. Harbor bells clang, their bronze voices scattering gulls from rooftops. Your skull vibrates with each strike sound, traveling through jawbone to eardrum. A crewman once swore bells scared sea monsters, or maybe just his first mate. Ropes groan as workers heave amphorae onto carts, wooden axles protesting the weight. Donkeys flick ears at fermenting smells, their expressions distinctly unimpressed. You offer one a palmful of grain, it sniffs, then sneezes fish-flavored refusal. Ancient stables barred garum-fed donkeys. Their manure supposedly attracted sandworms. Sunlight glints off a half-buried coin, your thumbnail scraping verdigris from its surface. Some Carthaginian trader's bad luck or intentional sacrifice. Divers found 27 coins cemented to a jar's base near Cyprus. Anchor bribes for Poseidon's mercy. Salt crust crackles underfoot. Yesterday's splatters, now sparkling graffiti. You spot a child's footprint, preserved in white crystals. Some brewer's kid sneaking between shifts. School tablets found in Sidon show garum measurements, next to spelling exercises. The last amphora loads its curved belly, blotting out the noonday sun. Workers wipe brows, or maybe pretend wipe tears for departed stink children. Historians still argue whether night-fermented garum tasted better, or just seemed mystical because nobody breathed properly. You press your ear to a newly sealed jar, listening to bubbles rise like drowned sighs. Somewhere beneath hemp wrappings, a phantom ore dips into water. Mediterranean darkness already stirs inside the clay, readying itself for velvet voyages. Even Poseidon might gag, but he'd still ask for seconds. The bubbling beneath clay lids deepens, now, a low hum rising through your soles. You lean against salt-crusted stone coolness seeping into your shoulder blades. Night insects fall silent, all but the tireless cicadas. Their rasping layers over the bruise gurgle nature's duet for the wakeful. Moonlight turns puddles to quicksilver between storage huts. Your eyes trace the garum trail left by the bleeder amphora, now blackened and stiff. Workers swore leaking jars, sang sweeter, claiming exposure to air improved the mix. One lapis lazuli bead winks up from the muck, lost during yesterday's frenzied repairs. Excavations in Leptis Magna unearthed similar beads inside amphorae, tossed in for luck against souring. A warm breeze carries decay and rosemary, a nose-wrinkling embrace. You count 17 bubbles surfacing in a visible crock, 1819. Historians still argue whether Phoenicians used garum as medicine or just bribed doctors to say so. Your stomach gurgles a counterpoint, earning a laugh from the donkey tethered nearby. It snores standing up, a skill you envy tonight. 3 workers slump against each other, their snores harmonizing with the pots. One clutches a reed stylus, notes about sediment levels smeared by drool. You gently pry it from his grip, The wax tablet reads day 27. Fish, Guts, still winning. Moonbeams catch his tattooed knuckles. A tiny octopus commemorating his first shipwreck. The donkey flicks its ears, listening to something beyond human hearing. You still your breath, catching the wet kiss of bubbles popping. Pressure builds inside clay bellies, tempered only by hemp bindings. Workers claimed tighter ropes squeezed out lazy flavors, though you suspect they just liked tugging knots. Cicadas pause mid-screech, the sudden hush prickling your neck. Even the donkey holds still. Far off, a nightjar's churring call slices the dark. 34 heartbeats pass before the insects resume, their frenzy doubled now. Scholars found garum stains on summit temple frescoes, proof the condiment reached even mountain rites. Your fingertip draws spirals in the salt crust, feeling each crystal bite skin. These briny hieroglyphs outlast empires, tonight's doodles fading by dawn. A worker's love letter once surfaced inside a Pompeii amphora, short but pungent. Your eyes wreck me like overripe mackerel. Historians still argue whether it's romantic or seafood satire. A fish scale glints on your sandal strap, stuck there since yesterday's spill. You pick it free, watching it flutter down like metallic snow. Strabo wrote of garum caravans reaching Persia, though he never tasted camel dung smoked batches. The donkey's snorts sync with distant waves, now each exhale cheesier than the last. You rest your head against a hemp bale, inhaling damp fibers and fish oil dreams. Night fishermen's lanterns bob on the horizon, ducks drunk on undersea glitter. Clay lids shudder as gases escape, whispers full of anchovy regrets. One pot emits a wet belch, then another. The donkey's ears swivel, judging the fermentation etiquette. Workers bet mint leaves on which jar would speak first, always won by the lazy guy guessing last. Moonlight bleeds across the harbor, licking each amphora's curves with cold fire. You count 7 terracotta bellies before shadows reclaim them. 9th century Baghdad recipes suggest garum for anchor insomnia, a pinch under the tongue at midnight. Fatigue tugs your eyelids now, each blink sticking longer. The cicada's scream softens, bubbles slow their applause. Even the donkey's head droops, saliva shining on its chin. Your last waking thought tastes of salt and unanswered questions, the garum's lullaby pulling you under at last. A sandal prods your ribs, gentle but urgent. You blink against pearly light seeping over the harbor. Workers dart between amphorae, tying hemp ropes with sleep-swollen fingers. One man rubs rosemary smoke into his beard, a desperate perfume against fish ghosts. Dawn breezes already test the lids, nudging clay like curious cats. The donkey's ears flatten. It senses the shift in brine density. You stagger upright, sand sticking to your cheek where drool escaped. 15 terracotta sentinels sweat under new sunlight, their bellies full of half-born garum. Sunrise was the enemy here. Too much heat spoiled the magic brew. Workers used reed mats as shields, wrestling them over storage pits now. Roman shipments always sailed at dawn winds, their sails hungry for Egyptian grain docks. Your toe nudges a discarded wineskin, still plump with yesterday's failures. A worker tosses you a fig, its sweetness clashing with airborne decay. Chew quiet, he hisses, pointing at the boss, inspecting lid seals. Historians still argue whether the morning vow was practical necessity or sacred ritual. You mimic the others, stuffing fabric scraps between chattering teeth. Rosemary smoke can't hide the panic sweat blooming on necks. Every lifted lid risks a precious night's work, clouds of effort escaping skyward. One apprentice over-tightens a knot, earning a thump to his skull. Tools vanish into hemp sacks, their copper faces wiped clean of evidence. You count 7 quick blessings flicked toward jars, workers hedging celestial bets. A seagull's cry pierces the haze, nature's whistleblower arriving early. Workers freeze like thieves in a palace hall. Only the donkey chews calmly, hoof tapping a dirge for secrecy. Grape leaves flutter down as makeshift covers their veins too weak for honest shade. You spot the foreman's shadow stretching toward the weakest amphora, a swollen-bellied troublemaker. 2 workers flank it casually, their backs hiding hurried rope repairs. Yesterday's fish guts, still winning scribe, now licks wax tablets, clean erasing proof of hiccups. Excavations show Phoenicians distributed garum to entire crews, equal shares, stopping mutinies dead. A lid rattles, its stone weight slipping on grease-slicked clay. Hands dive to stabilize it, palms pressing fortune into place. Someone hums a harbor hymn through their nose, the tune fraying with each gasp. The foreman pauses, sniffs, then moves toward less cursed containers. Shoulders relax, 28 suppressed breaths hissing free. You pocket a fallen bay leaf, crushing it to wake your fogged mind. The scent catapults you to last week's market, spilled peppercorns rolling like ebony marbles. Workers once used garum spills to write insults, their salt letters lasting until noontide. A fingerprint glistens on your stolen fig, someone's identity baked into the fruit flesh. The eastern horizon yellows now, stripping stars from their shifts. Workers become silhouettes, darting figures in a closing theater play. One jars an amphora, sloshing sounds echoing like a drunkard's stumble. Hands clamp over the guilty vessel, muffling its betrayal. Your own palms sweat, though you've got nothing at stake beyond curiosity. A boy darts past, stuffing mold patterns into his tunic. Night shift elders read them like tea leaves, predicting harvests from wrought designs. His sandal smacks a puddle, sending up a spray of fish oil rainbows. All eyes snap toward the noise, bodies tense for punishment. Even cicadas pause mid-shriek, awaiting judgment from the light. The foreman sighs, rubbing temples scarred by decades of dawn patrols. Go, he growls, not unkindly. Workers scatter like crabs from a lifted rock, sand flying behind their heels. You linger watching daybreak gild the lids into golden coins. Historians found temple offerings matching these shapes. Sun gods paid in fermented fish taxes. Rosemary smoke unravels, threads dissolving into blue morning. You inhale one last lungful of night's alchemy, anchovy essence layered with time regrets. The donkey bumps your hip, impatient for its stable and oat bribes. Together you trudge past empty boiling vats, their copper bellies slack without flame. Silence returns as workers vanish down crooked streets. Only the amphorae remain swaying gently with trapped tides. You glance back once, seeing the foreman crouched by that troubled pot. His lips move against the clay, whispering threats or prayers or both. Fatigue hits like a thrown fishing net, weighing your limbs with wet sand. The donkey's swaying gait becomes your cradle, each step jostling dreams loose. You picture sailors tasting tonight's batch in distant ports, sour faces blooming into grins. Birthing garum felt filthy, trading it felt holy. Your doorway appears a dark mouth, promising seaweed-draped sleep. The donkey brays softly, a farewell saved for fellow night ghosts. You collapse onto a pallet, clothes reeking of ambition and anchovy hopes. Flies gather, then retreat, repelled by the sacred stench clinging to your skin. Dawn's fingers claw through your window now, too weak to chase the shadows. You let ocean sounds fill your skull, waves scrubbing clean the night's labor. Salt crusts your lips, last sacrament of the vanished dark. Let garum makers dream of nothing, or drown in depths too deep for daylight. Sleep drags you under down where fish scales glint like lost coins. Workers' whispers follow, almost got caught, and next time less salt. Their voices twist into gull cries, then bubbles, then nothing. The foreman's worried face floats by, mouthing warnings to the drowned. You don't fight the current. The sea wants what it wants. Clay lids seal above you, plunging the world into fermented night. One thought surfaces before sinking. Maybe tomorrow's batch will be. Moonlight bleeds silver across the last unsealed jar, your thumb tracing the rim where brine meets air. Workers' footsteps fade down the beach, leaving only donkey droppings as farewell gifts. You feel the night shift, ending in your collarbones, a dull ache earned from lifting doubtful amphorae. Roman customs logs prove they hauled garum up the Tiber River, but never explain how crews endured the smell. The donkey huffs, annoyed you've paused near its precious sleep patch. You flick a mulberry toward its nose, bribery learned from limestone traders south of Crete. 3 stubborn bubbles rise in the jar, as though ghosts demand final speeches. Fishermen whispered that moonlit garum bubbled sweeter. Skeptical scribes still noted the pattern annually. You crouch, watch luminescence gild the fermenting sludge inside. A scaled fin breaches the surface, last brave anchovy defying entropy. Your laugh comes out hoarse, like grinding peppercorns at midnight. Even now, the liquor glows faintly blue, some mold kingdoms, farewell fireflies. Salt crusts your knuckles, each crack a tiny battlefield trench. You press a palm against the clay, warm as a sleeping child's forehead. Historians still argue whether night workers drank wine for courage or to mute olfactory assaults. The donkey sneezes, spattering your calf with herbal snot. Sea fog slinks between jars, chilling ankles still powdered with day-old flour. Silver light pools in the amphorae's throat, liquid mercury stolen from jealous gods. One bubble pops, releasing vapor that stings like unrequited love. You recall harbor legends. Moon-drunk Garum once revived a dead octopus. Skeptics shrug, but divers still swear by nighttime batches. Your spine protests as you stand, vertebrae grinding like misfit mosaic tiles. Dawn's first tentative rays scratch the horizon, hungry yellow bleeding through indigo. Workers hid their ladles under false floorboards, naming each tool after dead grandparents. You untie your scent mask, linen stained with rosemary tears and fermented regrets. The jar's lid feels heavier now, finality carved into fired clay. You heave it upward, muscles channeling forgotten Phoenician dockworkers. A sigh escapes the jar, moist breath smelling of forgotten tides and market spices. You imagine Persian chefs catching whiffs continents away, waking dizzy with culinary lust. Lowering the lid feels like closing a royal tomb, sealing ambitions beneath stone. Clay meets clay with a wet kiss, announcing the end of the watch. Your fingerprints linger in the sealant, beeswax mixed with crushed oyster shells. Excavators found such prints in Pompeii, still unsmudged after volcanic tantrums. The donkey nibbles your elbow, a silent reminder of mortality and stable fees. You shuffle toward the dunes, sand invading every sandal strap seam. Overhead, the moon shrinks into nothingness, vanishing like a dropped coin in dark water. Your footprints fill with shadow behind you, temporary scars on night's fading skin. 3 steps from the highest dune, you pause. Turn back. The amphorae squat like pot-bellied monks, sworn to silence by tightening ropes. Last night's chaos reduced to stillness, fermentation, continuing beneath obedient lids. You wonder if sardines scream when dissolving, or if salt numbs them like stoic philosophers. A whisper of wind lifts your hair, carrying thyme pollen and fish scale confetti. You inhale deeply, stockpiling memories for some future sleepless noon. The donkey bumps your hip, impatient for hay bales and rude stablemates. Down at the tide line, dead jellyfish shimmer like discarded wedding veils. Your shadow stretches thin, a fading bridge between night labor and daywalkers. One jar clunks softly behind you, its contents shifting like uneasy sleepers. Historians found lunar phase notes in merchant logs. The wine stains blurred key instructions. Your toes dig into cool sand, each granule a minuscule hourglass. Behind your ribs, something unclenches, releasing tension, held since dusk prayers. The donkey brays, a rusty hinge sound startling gulls into first flight. Lightning flashes over the open sea, miles out silent and irrelevant. You count heartbeats until thunder fails to arrive, proof of nature's restraint. Phoenician poets called moon-glossed garum sea honey, though nobody licked spoons willingly. An owl hoots inland, morning, the night shifts retreat. You touch the lucky shark tooth in your pocket, edges worn smooth by nervous thumbs. Dawn's advance guard paints clouds peach now, revealing mud stains on your tunic. 3 fishing boats emerge from shadow, their nets still rolled like sleeping bats. One final breath of briny darkness before the world wakes. Your muscles hum, faint currents lingering from midnight stirrings. The donkey's ears swivel, tracking lizards you'll never see in this half-light. You raise a hand, not waving, just feeling air molecule against salt-cracked skin. Somewhere below the tide line, a crab applauds with asymmetrical claws. Silver leaves the jars now, receding like cream from watered wine. The path home feels softer, sand cooled by darkness's last kindness. Your shadow walks ahead, eager to claim the pallet first. Breath mingles with morning mist, each exhale dissipating night's alchemy. Behind you, the amphorae settle deeper into sand, bedding down for solar vigilance. Their contents churn unseen tiny universes governed by salt law. You smile, knowing Roman senators will dribble this batch on dormice, blissfully unaware of your blistered hands. Sleep beckons with kelp-strung arms, dreams salted and ready. Your sigh merges with the offshore breeze, carrying promises to eyeless creatures waiting below. Beneath your sandals, the volcanic rocks murmur like old men sharing tavern secrets. Each step sinks deeper, the earth remembering fire you never felt. Workers buried these stones hours ago, their sweat still steaming on basalt pores. You pause, palms hovering over an amphora's curved belly. Warmth radiates upward, a lazy cat stretching after sunlit naps. Roman bathhouses used similar stones to heat plunge pools, though none smelled of fish sauce revelations. The donkey snorts impatient for hay, but sniffing the heat's metallic tang. A faint hum vibrates your fingernails, the stones long ago lava songs. Some swear certain rocks retain memories, echoes of Vesuvius' last tantrum etched in mineral veins. You press closer, clay transferring tales of magma and anchovy blood. Your knees protest as you crouch, joints creaking like unoiled hinges. Night's chill retreats from this thermal halo, a 6-foot oasis against creeping dawn. Fingertips brush sand around the buried stones, digging deeper without meaning to. One rock winks black in the moonlight, obsidian eyes staring upward. Fishermen claim stones scream if pried loose mid-fermentation, punishing disruption with cursed batches. You shuffle back, respecting boundaries set before Latin filled these shores. Heat seeps into your sore palms, a gift equal parts comfort and sorcery. Blisters from earlier stirrings soften under geological embrace, angry skin soothed by ancient eruptions. You imagine being buried waist deep, warmed from below as tides crash overhead. The donkey brays, a raspy complaint about your stationary meditation. 3 pots away, another nest of stones exhales visible steam into cold air. Your breath sinks, inhaling brine, exhaling gratitude for crusted earth's generosity. Historians still argue whether heating stones accelerated fermentation or just comforted cold-numbed workers. You lean into the warmth, no longer caring about scholarly squabbles. A bubble erupts inside the jar above you, splash patterns painting the terracotta scarlet. Volcanic heat rises through sand, toasting your shins like hearthside storytellers. Your eyelids droop, tempted to curl against the warm earth forever. Carthaginian traders allegedly slept atop such stones, dreaming faster in feverish bursts. You trace whorls in the sand, patterns mirroring long-cooled lava flows. The stones hum louder now, Dorian hymns from Earth's molten choir. 4 gulls land nearby, stealing warmth with scabby orange feet. 1 kick sends pebbles flying, avian thieves scattering with indignant cries. Your laugh fogs the icy air, proof life persists above underground fires. Clay lids rattle faintly, tiny earthquakes from fish guts meeting lingering heat. Beeswax seals glisten, sweating under their geothermal sauna session. You press an ear to the jar, listening for microscopic wars inside. Decay's alchemical dance speeds up here, salt and heat partnering in umami waltzes. The donkey sneezes, startling you into biting your tongue. Copper tang floods your mouth, a nighttime sacrifice swallowed without ceremony. When you blink, an afterimage of Pompeii's volcanic doom stains the darkness. Straightening feels like abandoning a lover, stone-warmed muscles protesting the separation. Dawn tints the horizon rotten peach, an insult to night's velvet rain. Your shadow stretches long and thin, a charcoal smear fleeing the sun. 3 jars along the row tilt slightly, drunk on subterranean lullabies. You write them palms, registering subtle temperature differences between each sibling. Cold seep pots will ferment slower, patience rewarded with complex aftertastes. Your left sandal strap snaps, punishment for ignoring its fraying moans. Bare toes dig into heated sand as you tie a kelp fiber replacement. Livy never mentioned footwear malfunctions in his Garum trade chronicles. Historians skip the gritty truths. A tremor passes underfoot, stones settling deeper with tectonic sighs. You freeze, half expecting Typhon to burst forth in fish-scaled fury. Only your donkey panics, kicking up sand like a drunk tambourine player. The stones resume humming, lower now, aping the sea's midnight bass. You scoop hot sand into your scarf, a makeshift heating pad for stiff shoulders. Mediterranean winters bite hardest before dawn, as if spiteful Helios sends advance scouts. Heat permeates wool and muscle, your skeleton unclenching piece by piece. Workers' gossip floats back, the head brewer napping on stones last summer. Woke up speaking fluent Phoenician, or so the dockside lies insisted. You press both palms flat, against the warmest patch, willing energy into weary veins. The earth answers, a pulse beneath skin, matching your faltering heartbeat. Iron-rich rocks blush red, where damp sand meets their scorching sides. A crab scrabbles nearby, drawn to the false summertime your stones create. You flick a pebble, sending it sideways into darkness with offended clicks. 5 bubbles rise simultaneously, each burst smelling like fish market epiphanies. Cold air nips your nape, a reminder this warmth is borrowed magic. You rise, joints popping like amphorae stoppers pride after decades. The donkey eyes your scarf bundle, keen to steal its geological treasure. 3 steps from the stones, night's chill slaps your shins awake. Turning back feels impossible, like abandoning a campfire mid-blizzard. Your footprints glow briefly, charged by lingering underground energies. Fragments of old songs surface, tunes Phoenician stokers hummed while heating ritual stones. Melodies meant for nameless gods, not fish-gut factories, feeding Roman excess. You hum along, the donkey flicking ears at your rusty baritone. Dawn's vanguard breaches distant hills, spears of light impeding starflight refugees. You scoop one last handful of warm sand, letting granules trickle through cracked fingers. Each grain carries millennia of fire and pressure, briefly yours before rejoining the beach. The stone's hum fades as you walk, their heat a receding tide against your spine. Somewhere beneath your departing steps, volcanic blood still pulses in pitch blackness. Sleep will come easier tonight, dreams nursed by Earth's stubborn memory of fire. Fishermen's wives approach with bare feet soundless on dew-slick stones, their shadows liquid against moonlit jars. You freeze mid-step, sand gritty between toes, still warm from volcanic stones. 3 voices braid together, a lament for silver scales now drowning in brine. Your pulse slows, drumming counterrhythms to their Phrygian mode dirges. One woman traces amphorae handles while singing, calloused fingertips memorizing pottery grooves. Her melody warps around Phoenician vowels, swallowing consonants like riptides claim pebbles. You catch familiar words, Eshmun and Dagon, death gods dressed as fish market vendors. Historians still argue whether these songs sped fermentation or just mourned the massacre. The headwife glares, daring you to interrupt their piscine requiem. Your spine prickles, recognizing the hymn's second verse from Carthaginian tomb carvings. Steel inscriptions suggest whole garum batches got dedicated to Baal Hammon. The god's bronze jaws hungry for fishy tributes. Tonight, the wives substitute blood with song. One alto's voice cracks, a sob disguised as vibrato. Their harmonies thicken salt, crusting invisible wounds. 3 ceramic lids tilt slightly, captive spirits leaning toward the eulogies. You notice 7-year-old Lenobia lurking behind jars, mimicking the women's hand gestures with grape-stained fingers. Her whispers almost form words, come back, come back, come back. A widow snaps fingers, banishing the child into shoreline darkness. Your throat tightens, recalling Roman poets mocking superstitious brine whalers. The chorus shifts, minor thirds sharpening into dissonant tritones. One soprano's high C shatters a nearby amphorae's beeswax seal, a wet pop echoing off drowsy warehouses. Nobody reacts, as though ruptured vessels were routine. Archaeologists found shattered garum pots near Tyre, all bearing stress fractures from vocal vibrations. You count 13 new cracks, spiderwebbing across nearest jars. Brine sizzles where tears hit each drop, hissing through fermentation holes. The headwife produces a hagfish bone flute, its sound like vertebrae scraping tidal pools. Your fillings ache the frequency scratching at mercury silver molars. Legend claims certain notes could reanimate pickled mackerel, though marine biologists remain skeptical. Dawn's first rays expose tear tracks on weathered cheeks, grief polished smooth by decades of dawn vigils. You taste salt on your lips, unsure if it's sea spray or airborne sorrow. 12 women now circle the eldest jar, palms hovering over its shuddering lid. Their final chord hangs rotten sweet, a half-diminished seventh no notation could capture. Silence crashes heavier than waves, drowning even the donkey's bored sigh. Lenobia reappears, tentative fingers brushing a jar's weeping rim. The headwife swats her away, sticky handprint lingering on terracotta. You exhale, unaware you'd held breath through 7 oceanic measures. Somewhere beneath the choir's departure, the crushed mullet hearts keep humming. 7 amphorae lean against the warehouse wall, their bellies full with last month's sardine slurry. You kneel beside the oldest vessel, palm pressed to sun-warmed clay. 5 weeks versus 3, the putrefaction gamble, whispered through fishermen's taverns. A gaseous sigh escapes the lid's reed seal, a death rattle scented with ocean decay. Lenobia's shadow stretches across your elbow, her grubby finger pointing at the condensation map, staining terracotta. 29 drips yesterday, she declares, as if tracking hours by brine tears. You squint at her tally, marks carved haphazardly into volcanic sand. Children of Sidonian garum makers learned counting this way, memorizing numerals through fermentation cycles. 53 days, the ideal span praised in Cato's farming manuals. A bubble bursts inside the jar, its resonant glorp vibrating your kneecaps. You imagine fish spines dissolving, cartilage surrendering to salt's relentless math. 19th century Marseille chefs swore by 80-day garum, selling tiny bottles for a duke's ransom. Historians still argue whether Phoenicians timed batches via star positions or just sniffed jars come solstice. The girl tugs your sleeve, pointing to the newest amphorae's swollen base. 6 bubbles a minute now, she whispers, her voice hoarse from mimicking widow's dirges. You recall Alexandrian scrolls describing bubble-counting rituals, workers bedding olive pits on fermentation speeds. 11 laborers got banished in 312 B.C.E., caught rigging counts with heated stones. Moonlight catches a strange shimmer in jar seepage, the liquid glittering with suspended decay. You dip a twig, drawing thick droplets onto sandstone. They bloom into rust-colored hieroglyphs, eels, transforming into ibis symbols before evaporating. A fringe theory claims garum makers invented hieratic numerals, inspired by fermented fish patterns. Mainstream scholars snort at this. Yet 0 early number symbols resemble wheat or oxen. 3 ants brave the pungent moat around the oldest amphora, antennae quivering near the crimson ooze. Their pace slows with each step, legs sticking to ammoniac residue. By the 4th dribble, they collapse mid-crawl, tiny bodies preserved in umami resin. You ponder Carthaginian chefs who allegedly glazed roasted dormice with first-press garum, an ancient equivalent of toxic dare cuisine. Lenobia slaps the jar's side, her palm print overlapping older smudges. 14 days more, she insists, ear pressed to clay like a safecracker. You calculate weighted lids in your head, multiplying fish mass by lunar phases. Tyrian merchants standardized amphora sizes precisely, each holding 30 liters to ease taxation. A muffled belch echoes from the central vessel, its wax seal bulging dangerously. The stench intensifies, anchovy guts mating with rosemary under pressure. Workers sleeping nearby groan, burying faces in time-stuffed pillows. One man shouts by Dagon's gills, his curse swallowed by a subsequent blorp. You notice Lenobia's toes curling, happy as the liquid inside finishes its alchemy. Somewhere this moonless hour, flesh surrenders to salt's calculus. The dead transform watery graves, becoming liquid gold. Tomorrow's sunlight will judge their rot, harvest crews waiting with sieves and prayers. Wind shifts, carrying whiffs of almost ready garum across the docks. Dogs 2 streets over howl, a chorus of lupin food critics. You count heartbeats until dawn, each thump another minute closer to perfection. Fish guts breathe new life, their poetry bubbling in tidal rhythm. Fermentation's final stanzas press against clay, begging for papyrus translation. Waves lick your ankles as you pour red rivulets onto damp sand. The wine's farewell gift to the unseen. Foam curls around your toes like liquid lace, accepting this final nightly offering. Poseidon's seahorses gallop just beyond the breakers, their silver manes catching stray moonlight. Workers murmur behind you, anxious to complete the ritual before dawn's spies arrive. This libation tradition traces back to Minoan harbors, where fishermen supplicated ocean deities before risky voyages. 12 amphorae stand half-buried behind you, awaiting their own baptism by sunlight. Your nose wrinkles at the fermented cocktail, garum's tang wrestling with cheap vineyard blanc. The mix smells like Dionysus took a swim after fish market bender. Lenobia crouches downstream, stealing sideways sips from the sacrificial stream. You pretend not to notice her fish-greased lips turning purple. 5 more cups. She stage whispers her palm, already outlining the next pitcher's theft zone. 13-year-olds shouldn't handle ritual wine, but Garum apprenticeships bend temple rules like overcooked squid. The liquid puddle suddenly hisses, releasing acrid steam that reeks of drunkard seaweed. Workers scramble back as bubbles erupt, forming temporary island chains in the foam. Someone shouts earthquake portent, but it's just vinegar reacting with alkaline sands. Ancient mariners genuinely feared such fizzy omens, rerouting whole fleets over bubbly puddles. You kneel properly now, dream hands plunging into the effervescent muck. Cold seeps through tunic knees, the tide hungry for more tribute. Salt crusts your knuckles as you mold wet sand into miniature amphorae, 3 perfect replica jars destined for watery dissolution. Historians still argue whether Phoenicians worshipped Poseidon directly or just bribed his tempestuous assistants. A wave demolishes your clay copies, scattering them into the Med's insatiable maw. Lenobia lobs grape skins into the retreating foam, giggling when seafoam tridents spear the floating debris. Overhead, constellation Aquilius glimmers faintly, Poseidon's favorite colt, according to star-drunk poets. From the warehouse, a jar's muffled whump punctuates the ritual. The sound sparks new urgency, workers refilling cups with shaking hands. Spilled droplets sizzle on torches, edge briefly intensifying flames like ouzo-fueled restaurant theatrics. 30 liters have vanished into sand already, enough to intoxicate a dolphin pod. Your fingers find the ritual knife's bone handle, its blade dulled by centuries of ceremonial algae slicing. The cuttlefish engraved bronze saws through another wineskin, releasing pungent torrent across shoreline. 14 amphorae get baptized tonight, each deserving equal liquid benediction. August garum batches traditionally received double libations, storm season requiring extra divine insurance. A sudden undertow yanks your offering seaward, etching instantaneous river deltas in wet grit. Lenobia shrieks as her stolen cup gets spirited away, clattering against distant rocks like drunken castanets. Workers nod approval, interpreting the theft as divine acceptance. Temple records from Tyre mention wine-hungry tides, often preceding excellent fermentation seasons. Moonlight shifts, exposing bioluminescent trails wriggling through spilled wine. Tiny sea worms gorge on alcoholic plumes, glowing brighter with each fermented sip. Their zigzag paths sketch Olympian messages only marine priests might decipher. Apollo's dolphins dewing vodka cranberries. The final pour goes bitter, dregs lumpy with suspicious sediment. You flick the leather sack inland instead, avoiding potential sacrilege via bad bouquet. 3 street dogs immediately pounce, lapping at the sour mud puddle before wobbling away cross-eyed. Post-ceremony cleanup always attracted opportunistic strays. Byzantine laws specifically forbade ritual drunk hounds near market squares. Dawn's first blush silences the shore, your knees stiff as tidal rocks. The night's work sinks into sand, shifting below, waves relentless editing. Somewhere beyond the horizon, nameless forces digest your offering. Poseidon's stables digest another round of bribes. Lenobia tugs your soggy hem, her breath a fermented bouquet. They approved, she slurs, pointing to perfect foam rings, expanding across shallows. You watch the patterns dissolve, wine blood finally communion with sea. Salt water claims the last crimson swirl, your formal invitation now delivered. Workers chant the closing hymn, voices raspy from all-night fumes. Crushed grapes cling between your toes, staining skin like temporary tattoos. Waves erase your sand amphorae, wiping the slate clean for next fortnight's bribe. Somewhere down coast, dogs howl into vanishing darkness, drunk on God's leftovers and fishy hope. Sand grinds between your toes as workers form a crescent around amphorae, their lips already shaping the opening numbers. Palms slap thighs in unison, starting the merchant chant passed through 12 generations. Each thump echoes warehouse walls like a drowsy auctioneer drumming for attention. You join the rhythm despite knowing only tires dialect numerals, your mouth fumbling the guttural consonants. Phoenicians standardized these counting systems, revolutionizing Mediterranean trade with precise inventory records. Tonight's cadence follows Aquilius's rise, 20 stirs matching the constellation's star count. Someone sneezes mid-chant, wrecking the syncopation worse than drunken dolphins at a symphony. Laughter ripples before the eldest retrains them. Count the sneeze as star 21. Adjust rotations. Your fingers twitch against a cracked ladle, tracing imaginary tallies in fish-greased air. Historians still argue whether these chants aided accuracy or just hypnotized workers into overtime endurance. Salt crusts your eyelids with each blink, the previous night's wine offering lingering in sticky temples. A teenager mouths numbers while scratching his ankle, his version suspiciously skipping 7 through 10. 17. The group drones, stirring rods plunging into murky depths. On cue, amphorae gurgle objections, fermenting anchovies, protesting their daily agitation. You mimic the rod motions, careful not to splash putrid droplets onto yesterday's tunic. Daylight threatens behind eastern hills, yet the chant must reach 84 stirs before stopping. 4 constellations remain, Cygnus wheeling overhead with bureaucratic disapproval. Lenobia materializes clutching stolen figs, juice staining her counting fingers crimson. She wedges between potters, matching their tempo, while filching olive pits from their belt pouches. Her version substitutes numbers with produce prices, 3 mullets for an amphora, bad trade during mackerel season. Workers tolerate her sabotage market, chants technically valid under Sidonian maritime law. The rhythm fractures near 40 as 2 men debate stir depth requirements. Knuckle deep suffices, argues one, displaying fish scale embedded hands. wrist, or its void. Counters his rival, splashing brine to emphasize sincerity. A wandering cat chooses this moment to yowl, its cry perfectly mimicking the number 60 in Cypriot dialect. Everyone pauses, considering feline math interventions documented in Carthaginian tax scrolls. You focus on the eldest's lips, memorizing how his tongue clicks on multiples of 13. Garum masters once performed silent counts underwater, holding breath until batches proved worthy. Modern compromises include nose plugs and cheating. Moonlight bleeds away now, forcing workers to squint at jar surfaces for foam clues. 79. They groan stirring rods, trembling from lactic acid buildup. Lenobia switches to shoulder taps, her tiny fists drumming backs in motivational Morse code. Secret societies allegedly encoded recipes within these rhythms. A culinary Da Vinci cipher lost to seagull scavengers. Your own count spirals into giggle territory, imagining octopuses auditing ledgers with ink-splashed abacuses. Dawn's first fly buzzes the treasurer's ear, causing a flubbed 83. He restarts with theatrical sighs, knowing sunrise penalties loom for unfinished rituals. You taste copper fatigue, last night's wine, and tonight's fish fumes merging into primordial soup. Rods move slower, now algae-slick handles, tempting careless drops. The final number hangs suspended, 84, exhaled like a deathbed confession. Stirring rods clatter onto clay lids, the product now officially agitated into compliance. Workers slump like discarded marionettes, spines cracking as they finally straighten. Lenobia brandishes her fig-stained fingers, 84 stirs, plus 7 thefts, and 1 escaped scorpion. Eastward, the sky bleeds grapefruit hues onto validating waves. Mercury weight lids slam shut, protecting secrets from daylight spies. You linger as others scatter, tongue still twitching with phantom numbers. Somewhere beyond the docks, ghost ships tally their dead cargo with older, darker chants. Your souls scrape against retreating brine, erasing tonight's count from tidal memory. Tomorrow brings new numbers, fresh lies for ledgers, different hands needing the night. But for now, your skull thrums with Phoenician arithmetic, the relentless metronome of garum and time. Heat rises from the terracotta lids, your bare arms recoiling from their fermented breath. Retreating workers kick up ochre, dust, each footprint dissolving before reaching the tree line. From the sacred olive grove, a low whine threads between gnarled trunks. The pack hesitates, muzzles twitching in donkey cart path, ribcages tremble under matted fur, as if smelling midnight's sacrilege. Phoenician hounds always avoided garum workshops. Semitic cultures considered dogs unclean ritual participants. These mutts lean forward, then scramble backward like tide retreating from poisoned shore. Their claws scribble panic in dirt, writing apologies only fish gods parse. You crouch beside a half-buried amphora handle, spine prickling with unseen watchers. Local tales claim canines foresee wrath of Dagon, counting sins through brine vibrations. One brindled cur lifts leg near an offering bowl, aborts midstream, drags hindquarters sideways into bay shrubs. An elder bitch howl growls at the crescent moon, still hanging, too stubborn to surrender to dawn. Salt crusts your lips as you inhale, tasting centuries of scaled sacrifices. Historians still argue whether dog avoidance stemmed from spiritual beliefs or fermented guts stinging their sensitive noses. Laughter bubbles up silent and inappropriate, imagining a pompous scholar getting bitten mid-field work. Stone altars glisten ahead. Fish blood stains blacker than volcanic glass. The dog's whimpering crescendos, then cuts off dead, as if swallowed by unseen jaws. Silence thumps heavier than dropped amphora. Even cicadas mute their violins near the god strip. You tread parallel to the boundary trench, ankles itching from crushed rue stems. Workers hid lavender bundles here last Tuesday, desperate to mask illegal tunny additions. Something crunches underfoot, a dog's milk tooth fossilized in salt. The tidbit makes you pause. Legend says hounds shed teeth here to appease maritime deities. 3 jars hum louder as you pass, their ferment reaching critical devotion. Tiny bubbles burst against clay, sending fish oil Morse code you strain to decode. Your shadow stretches toward the forbidden grove, stops abruptly at the first cypress. Dawn hasn't breached that gloom yet. Night still clings like squid ink between roots. A lone paw print mars the ritual circle fresh and splay-toed. Quick thinking, you scatter mint, leaves over the blasphemy before priests arrive. Lenobia's voice floats from the harbor. Tell Crotalus his mackerel tax smells like lies. The dogs whimper anew at her shout, retreating into distant cork oak shadows. Your sandal scrapes an offering slab, uncovering blue-tinted fish bones beneath. Folklorists whisper of glowing votives, mackerel spines dipped in bioluminescent algae. Science scoffs, but your thumbnail confirms the cool cerulean sheen. East wind punches suddenly, carrying the pack's fierce wet stench northward. You glimpse them now, huddled on Goat's Rise cliff, piercing sunrise with accusatory barks. Their chorus lacks usual bravado, tail between legs tenor of defeat. Terracotta lids pulsate gently each throb, sinking to your carotid rhythm. Pressure builds behind eyes, ancestral warning against trespass, yet your hand drifts toward nearest jar, drawn like moth to forbidden flame. Palm hovering, you feel the garum's magnetic repulsion. Imagine antique collars, spiked to stop dogs licking wounds, now shielding entire species from liquefied hubris. The eldest bitch reappears briefly, her gaze locking with yours across 300 yards of hallowed reeds. She bares teeth, not in threat, but grim kinship, before vanishing into marsh fog. Workers return with reed baskets, their chatter scattering the last sacred tension. But you stand frozen, 1 foot in fish oil daylight, 1 in canine dark mystery. Salt crystallizes in your eyebrow crevices, tiny boundary markers of your own. Your palms meet the sticky terracotta lid, still warm from yesterday's sun. Workers sweat beside you, each heaving stone weights onto squealing pottery mouths. Phoenicians pioneered fermentation seals, those linen clay mixes that hiss like living things. One fat drop of resin slides down the jar's neck, chasing your pinky finger with golden hunger. The lid resists, arching its clay back like a disgruntled cat. Someone whispers how Tyrian potters sang to wet molds, soothing their birth pains. You press harder, imagining rogue bubbles conspiring beneath. Your thumbnail catches a dog's hair embedded in the rim, black and wiry. Historians still argue whether hair-tempered clay strengthened seals or just recycled floor sweepings. Pressure builds in your wrists, spreading through forearms like slow poison. A joke forms about insomniacs understanding amphorae, both holding too much inside. Workers chant numbers 11, 12, 13, their rhythm countering the tide under the harbor. Someone passes a ladle of sheep fat grease, slicking stubborn lids into compliance. Your fingers skid, knocking the nearest weight askew. Twin cracks spider across the clay, relieving trapped fish gas moans. The foreman scowls, but you catch him winking. Evening coolness seeps up through your sandals, the first mercy in hours. Downslope, a donkey brays protest as they load its cart with finished jars. A worker stuffs marsh reeds below the handles, dampening clinks that lure coastal thieves. Your breath fogs the nearest lid, painting temporary frost on sun-baked earth. The surface warms your cheek, radiating the day's heat like a confession. By dawn, these pots will sweat salt tears for another shift. Your mind wanders to a clayworker's grave outside Carthage, his skeleton curled around miniature amphorae in death. Archaeologists found fish scales under his fingernails, proof of trade secrets beyond the grave. A slosh echoes from a half-sealed jar, waves trapped in a ceramic prison. You lean closer, ear hovering above bubbling darkness. Workers grin, knowing the novice mistake. Fish stink punches your sinuses, a greasy hook behind the eyeballs. Laughter erupts behind you, crude jokes about Garum-inspired fertility potions. Someone throws a date pit, hitting the donkey in the flank. The beast kicks, sending 2 jars rocking in wet sand. Workers dive, steadying them like drunken sailors, saving rum barrels. Night insects swarm the lanterns, dusting the scene in twitching shadows. Your blistered thumb finds a lid's fingerprint, some long-dead potter saying I was here. Across the bay, bonfires flicker, where rival fermenters ready their moonlit batches. The foreman declares last seal, pressing a lead token onto your lid. Now comes the wait, those 90 days where fish guts become liquid treasure. Someone hums a morning song for silver anchovies losing their form. Exhaustion folds over you shoulders, slumping beneath invisible amphorae. Workers trudge uphill, bodies listing like wine-laden ships. Only you remain trapped between responsibility and morbid curiosity. Warm clay throbs under palm, beating the death march of last night's catch. Inner edges of the pot glitter, tiny salt stars blooming where air touches brine. Historians still argue whether approved lids were marked with bully or just donkey dung smears. Tomorrow, the priest will bless each seal with sea urchin blood, closing another deal with the deep. Moonlight reflects off puddles, creating watery portals in the worksite mud. Your toe scuffs one, destroying some underworld's contact lens. Weighted jars loom silent now, their fermenting guts whispering to the shoreline. A moth lands on your forearm, wings tasting last week's garum splash. Its powdered legs trace Phoenician numerals, or maybe just itchy sweat trails. Pebbles rattle downhill, signaling stragglers fleeing to wine shops. You press both hands onto a lid, feeling vibrations beneath. Is that mollusk mucus churning, or your overtired pulse drumming? The distinction blurs, like seawater meeting estuary. Dawn's first gull drifts overhead, looping lazily above tomorrow's breakfast sacrifices. Clay seals harden at last, their captured breaths slowing. You sink fingertip grooves into lid edges, unfinished hieroglyphs, for I lived through this shift. Sand grinds between teeth, a miner's grit earned before breakfast. Workers' voices fade beyond the salt storehouse, their laughter stolen by offshore winds. Only the amphorae remain, silent witnesses counting days until jar-cracking time. Your shadow stretches thin, reaching for home, but tethered to the harbor's alchemy. Somewhere, a dog barks 3 times, a mutt priest declaring the sacred border secure. Lids gleam in low moon, each seal a clenched fist against daylight. You bend palms flat on warmest terracotta, breathing the last sacred fish rot into your tunic forever. Your blistered fingers graze the latest seal, still tacky from the pine resin treatment. All sensible workers sleep now, except you and the harbor rats. Night's deepest hour stretches thin like overworked dough across tomorrow's ovens. 3 more leaks to plug, each pot weeping oily tears down its belly. A strange flicker catches your eye deep within the nearest amphorae's maw. At first, you blame torchlight reflecting off fish oil slicks. But the torches died hours ago, leaving only stubborn moonlight. Your eyes struggle, refusing to adjust, until the glow becomes undeniable. Mashed anchovy guts pulse, a submarine aurora in miniature. You kneel, forgetting the splintery dock would biting your shins. The blue deepens, swirling like murex dye vats in Tyre's workshops. Phoenicians harvested those sea snails for royal purple, but this hue belongs to moon-drunk spirits. One tentative poke, and the luminosity clings to your fingertip. It stains your cuticle, a baptism in cold fire. Workers swear fermented fish repels demons, though none mention glowing supper leftovers. The brine shimmers, casting watery ripples across your forearms. Historians still argue whether sailors mistook bioluminescent squid for sea monsters, or just drank too much palm wine. You suppress a laugh, imagining priestly processions carrying jars of radioactive fish sauce. The glow intensifies, revealing skin textures in the brew. Tiny vertebrae float past, lit from within like miniature lanterns. Someone should write hymns to this, but your tongue sticks to the roof of your mouth. A rat squeaks nearby, its eyes flashing rival green in the darkness. Even pests pause tonight, sniffing this alchemical betrayal of biology. Your pulse quickens, or is that the brine mimicking a heartbeat? The distinction blurs, like trying to separate moonlight from water. Hours dissolve, measured only by the glow's slow fade. Dawn threatens, its gray fingers creeping across the bay. You realize three truths simultaneously. Sand has permanently lodged in your kneecaps. Human eyelids desperately need lubrication. And nobody will believe this tomorrow. The foreman's distant cough saves you barely from licking the luminous sludge. Practicality returns, wiping glowing residue onto your tunic feels vaguely sacrilegious. Yet here you are decorated like a festival ox in bioluminescent splatters. First sunlight hits the jar's rim, snuffing the magic. Just dead fish again, sleeping in their salty graves. You touch the stain on your tunic, still faintly humming with stolen moonlight. Workers will wake soon, grumbling about breakfast, completely oblivious. The secret nestles behind your ribs, a night shift jewel they'll never extract. That one glowing drop taunts you as morning birds resume their bickering. Was this the god's joke, or an accidental key to greater mysteries? Either way, insomnia gifted you front row seats to Fishgut Theater. Never has putrefaction looked so divine, or ruined breakfast so thoroughly. The pre-dawn chill nips your stained fingers, patting down the last jar's newly dried seal. Workers' laughter drifts from shore, their breakfast fires smudging the horizon with olive pit smoke. You hesitate, lingering by the cooled amphorae as light bleeds across the harbor. Something moves beneath the outermost pot space, not a rat, but a creeping whiteness. Dried fish brine cakes the pottery belly, creating jagged salt continents across terracotta. Between them, pale threads stitch patterns only drunk spiders might weave. Your breath catches, noticing the mold's strategic placement. It grows strongest where clay meets dock wood, siphoning dampness from both. Roman merchants prized garum enough to build factories as far north as Hadrian's Wall, but never mentioned their pots, birthed whole fungal nations. You crouch, ignoring the protest of stiffened knees. Closer inspection reveals tiny branch roads, intricate highways crossing the jar's underside. Some filaments pulse, faintly echoing that vanished bioluminescence from the night before. There's a disturbing intelligence in their spread, reinforcing weak spots in the salt crust like battlefield engineers shoring up ramparts. One particularly thick strand dives into a hairline crack, vanishing into the fermented darkness below. Memphis chefs once worshipped a mold god, according to fragmentary scrolls your grandmother recited. They'd chant to cheese caves, begging benevolent fuzz to conquer deadly fungi. Here, no prayers mediate the silent war. A powdery patch invades a neighboring colony, spores exploding like miniature cavalry charges. You touch an inactive zone, and the threads recoil as if scalded. Historians still argue whether workers intentionally introduced beneficial molds or simply failed at basic pottery hygiene. The debate feels trivial now, watching this teeming microscopic Constantinople thrive beneath your amphorae. Each jar hosts competing kingdoms, their borders drawn in shades of ochre and ash. A particularly bold growth ventures onto your sandal strap. You flick it away, only to find tenacious filaments clinging like sailors to storm-wrecked rigging. The stuff seems eager to colonize living flesh, a notion that tightens your throat. Glancing around confirms suspicions. Workers avoid touching these older pots. Without thick cloth buffers, boils erupt on the forearm of any mycologist brave enough to handle Ptolemaic-era fermentations. Reads a warning from Alexandria's banned texts. Yet, your glowing stained hands remain unblemished, perhaps anointed by last night's strange baptism. Not all invasions bring destruction, you realize. Some bring partnerships. One mold variety glistens with oily droplets, reminding you of those desert ants that farm aphids. Do they enslave bacteria to refine anchovy toxins, trade nutrients with rival colonies during ceasefire nights? Idiotic questions, yet their very possibility makes your head spin. Sunlight crests the warehouse roofs, triggering a mass retreat. The white networks shrink, abandoning surface territory for safer ceramic pores. Within moments, only faint traceries hint at the nightly wars fought while Carthage slept. Your boots step back automatically, as if leaving a sovereign's audience chamber. Foreman's shouts shatter the moment, demanding your presence with the lemon water crews. One last glance reveals a startling sight, a single spark of blue trapped within the mold's deepest vein, a refugee from the luminescent chaos inside, or a fungal prisoner. Either way, you've witnessed empires rise before breakfast. The warmth of day promises to erase such visions, painting everything mundane and sweat-drenched. Yet your left palm tingles where filaments briefly brushed skin. They've left invisible ambassadors beneath your nails, sleeping until moonlight returns. Sea waves slap the dock pilings, already sounding like distant applause for tomorrow's microscopic gladiators. Salty streaks crust your fingertips as you unravel the papyrus, each pull releasing dried anchovy ghosts. Dawn paints the harbor with tangerine light, perfect for brewing irony. Those crimson drops congealing on pottery floors now pool in shallow clay bowls, transformed into record-keeping ink. Your reed pen hovers, hesitating over the blank scroll's fibers. Imperial Rome insisted on iron gall ink for official documents, their recipe a jealous state secret. But here in forgotten Phoenician ports, we work with fresher pigments. You jab the pen into viscous anchovy blood, thinner than squid ink, but twice as pungent. The first stroke bleeds rust brown onto the page, recording yesterday's 13 riots among fermenting jars. Workers swear the ink predicts tides, especially when brewed during waning moons. You dismiss such talk until noticing the stain's patterns, their serpentine curves matching next week's current charts. Your palm still tingles from night mold, a buzz that sharpens these visions. Dots become sandbars, smeared edges worn of squalls. Historians still argue whether blood accounts were symbolic ledgers or literal sales documents. Your trembling script feels anything but symbolic. It scratches accusations into existence. Thutmose, ii's, fish taxa clever substitutions of mackerel. For premium Benito smuggled amphorae, marked with forged harbor seals. Each crime documented in fish hemoglobin, bribes oxidized into illegibility, papyrus fibers split where your pen presses two hard-splattering anchovy justice across columns of barley debt. One droplet forms a perfect sea urchin shape, stinging your nostrils with its metallic perfume. Memories surface of butchered fish, flopping on marble slabs, their gills gasping court testimonies as life bled into collection vats. Night workers once scrawled warnings on warehouse walls, invisible, until moon humidity resurrected their blood messages. You saw one last month, warehouse 4 smells of betrayal written beside sprouting millet bags. By dawn, it had faded to mere grease stains. Now your scroll records the numbers behind those ghosts. 47 jars redirected 85 talents of silver missing 3 witnesses fed to the harbor. A breeze lifts the scroll's edge, revealing phosphorescent streaks in the ink's undertow. Sailors tell of merfolk who read ship manifests upside down, their eyes tuned to glowing fish script. Your mundane cargo lists might double as nautical star maps if only Orion spoke anchovy dialects. The ink thickens as morning heat rises, forcing quicker strokes. Each number scratches faint blue sparks into the papyrus. Whether from lingering night glow or sleep deprivation, you can't tell. Merchants preferred papyrus over clay for records. It burned cleaner during audits. Let lesser scribes chronicle silk tariffs and cedar timber yields. Your quivering nib records darker trades, how fish entrails disguise stolen amber garum vapors, corrode lock mechanisms, mold blooms fingerprint traders by dawn. 5 drops splatter near the scroll's edge, forming an archipelago of guilt. Egyptian traders swore fermented ink revealed lies, their contracts rewritten whenever squid ink clauses shifted hues. Your anchovy brew performs no such tricks. It simply darkens from rust to black as sins accumulate. Vultures circle overhead, their shadows crossing the scroll like guilt-ridden signatures. Your blood-stained fingers leave smudged thumbprints. Beside each entry, unintentional wax seals binding you to these nightly crimes. Someone coughs behind stacked amphorae. Whether spy or conscience remains unclear. Neither would explain why the ink shimmers brighter where you recorded the harbormaster's cut. Drop by drop, the bowl empties as harbor life crescendos around you. Hammers beat new amphora lids into submission, gulls haggle over fish guts, donkeys bray complaints about salt sacks. Soon merchants will arrive expecting neat ledgers, not this tapestry of scarlet truths. You roll the scroll tight, its damp underside staining linen wrappings. Beneath the dock, small crabs nip at discarded pens, crusted with evidence. Let them feast on yesterday's numbers. Tomorrow demands fresh calculations. The ink bowl's dregs catch sunlight, mirroring clouds that promise afternoon rain. For now, your records outweigh their crimes in silver and secrets. The harbor exhales briny approval as you pocket the scroll, its contents humming against your thigh like a second heartbeat. Somewhere below decks, newly filled ink bowls yawn crimson, ready to devour more daylight sins. The distant bells toll, their bronze voices carrying further than blood ever could. A cold shadow eats the moon whole, your clay amphorae shudder mid-ferment. The harbor's nighttime clatter dies. Fishermen lower their nets to gape skyward. Even the brine tippers freeze, their copper spoons dripping forgotten measures. You crouch beside the largest garum pot, its usual gurgle silenced mid-burble. On normal nights, bubbles rise like drunken pearls. Now the brew lies still as a trader's pulse. Your knuckles whiten around the stirring paddle, the wood suddenly heavy with dread. Ancient Egyptians stopped all food work during eclipses, convinced Ra's anger tainted preserves. Your foreman's grandmother swore jars burst during the 763 B.C.E. eclipse, unleashing fish demons that gnawed dock ropes, a laughable tale until your own pots stop breathing tonight. Normally fermenting sludge sighs against terracotta walls. Now an eerie thick quiet crawls up your arms. You dip a finger into the nearest jar. The liquid lies corpse gold despite yesterday's warmth. The night workers glance at each other, their usual dice games forgotten. Historians still argue whether eclipse garum was deliberately spoiled or considered extra potent. Your nostrils flare at the altered scent, missing the usual tang of salt and decay. Instead, a metallic waft stings like bitten coins. 3 docks over a donkey brays at the blackened moon. The sound snaps you into motion, checking wax seals around each lid. Seawater licks the harbor stones louder, as if tides sense cosmic imbalance. Your fingers fumble the clay weights, dropping one that cracks in half. Pliny wrote that fermented goods scream during eclipses, a notion scholars mock until this moment. Pressing your ear to the largest amphora, you hear a high whine like steam trapped in a bull's skull. The workers retreat, muttering about Typhon swallowing the moon. Garlic braids hanging nearby swing without wind, their shadows sketching frantic circles. A cold droplet hits your neck, moon sweat or panic due? Who can tell? The paddle slips from your grip, thunking dully against the silent jar. Stirring now feels forbidden, like poking a hibernating bear. Yet, abandoning the brew risks ruin. Hours matter in the gut-to-gar alchemy. You count heartbeats instead of bubbles, each thud slower than the last. Distant temple bells clang in warning, or maybe mockery. Your apprentice whimpers, fingering an amulet shaped like Poseidon's trident. Waves slosh ominously against the dock's pillars, playing the bass notes to this celestial horror. A sliver of moon escapes the shadow, thin as a fish knife. The garum pots gurgle weakly, like old men clearing their throats, yet the liquid remains stubbornly still, its fermenting soul suspended. You remember a Marseille trader claiming eclipse brew could curse armies, his sample jar stoppered with lead. At the time, you dismissed it as sales theatrics. Now your palms itch to pour this stunted batch into the sea. Night herons abandon their watch, winging inland to escape the poisoned dark. Your lungs tighten with each shallow breath. The air tastes of dead sparks. Against all training, you pop a jar's wax seal for a closer look. The smell hits like a gut punch, not rotten, but strange, like rusted armor and lotus flowers. Peering inside, the anchovy guts glow faintly violet, a hue unseen during lunar good fermentation. One brave worker leans over, then recoils, sputtering prayers forgotten since childhood. Officially, the harbor master forbids opening jars mid-process. But these are constellations ignoring moon-silenced times. You skim the surface with a cedar ladle, harvesting a dripping handful of the violet fluid. It oozes like spider venom, reflecting no light at all. The remaining moon slice widens, stars regaining their usual swagger. Normal night sounds creep back, a drunk's laughter, sailors arguing gambling debts, cats battling over fish heads. Yet your jars yawn silent, their innards choked with celestial offense. You dip a pinky into the violet garum, its flavor wrong, all salt and burnt honey. Behind your clenched teeth, a hiss escapes. The workers draw protective circles in spilled salt, convinced Typhon spat poison into every pot. Dawn lingers 2 hours away, your usual stirring rhythm shattered. To continue risks a tainted batch, to stop dooms 3 weeks of careful rot. Seaweed drifts in the thawing moonlight, its ripples mocking your indecision. The foreman's approaching footsteps crunch gravel heavy with impending verdicts. Your stained ladle drips violet onto the dock, each drop hissing faintly as it meets wood. Somewhere below, the sea holds its breath alongside you. Morning sun stings your salt-crusted eyes. Rhodian sails crest the horizon. Their ships ride low, heavy, with amphorae stamped with rose symbols. Workers abandon eclipse-stunned pots, flocking to the dock's edge like gulls. You wipe violet garum residue on your tunic, the stain resembling a bad bruise. Rhodian traders already shout promises, hoarse from months at sea. Dill sweeter than Aphrodite's breath. coriander kissed by Helios himself. Every merchant knows their island once ruled trade, jar handles found from Egypt to Rome. Your foreman elbows through the crowd, sniffing for quality through his beard. Crates crack open on sun-bleached planks, spilling greenish herbs onto the dock. A Rhodian sailor presses a dill bundle into your palm, winking like a conspirator. The stalks feel unusually stiff, hollow centers hiding rolled papyrus. His whisper cuts through seabird cries. Athens offers triple for this year's ratios. You crush leaves between thumb and forefinger, releasing a licorice-sharp scent. Eclipse-stunted garum pots itch at your mind. Could foreign spices salvage the batch? Historians still argue whether dill anchored rituals or just masked rot. Laughing dockhands pretend to sneeze. Rhodian corianders notorious for pungency. Bless you, echo three men, their joke older than Troy's ruins. You pocket the smuggled spice notes, feeling like a child hiding stolen figs. Coriander debates erupt like sea foam. One captain swears it murders Garum's soul. His rival claims Phoenicians stole the herb first. From hanging gardens' shadowed corners, workers place bets, using dried anchovies, gambling debts measured in fish corpses. You notice something odd. Rhodian ships lack their usual brine vats. Instead, glass bottles gleam in rope nets, each holding oily yellow liquid. A deckhand catches your stare. Pre-brewed garum for impatient Romans. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Purists clutch their amulets. Blasphemy. Spits your foreman, though his eyes linger on the bottles. The Rhodian trader shrugs. Greeks call it skygaros, faster than souring milk. Sunlight glints off the foreign brew, suspended fish scales swirling inside. Your own eclipse-stilled pots seem clumsy now, like mud pies beside marble statues. Even the violet garum stain on your clothes feels provincial. Workers mutter about lazy Roman palates, yet lean closer for samples. Historians still debate whether roads betrayed tradition or just read the winds. You catch yourself calculating profit margins, teeth grinding at the thought. A sneeze explodes behind you, the coriander culprit grinning through tears. Laughter loosens the crowd's tension until someone shouts. The eclipse batch boils. You sprint back to your pots, stirring paddle already in hand. The violet garum bubbles furiously, as if jealous of Rhodian attention. It hisses like a spurned lover reeking of storm-soaked copper. Rhodian spices cling to your tunic, dill entwined with alien coriander. The foreman bellows about tainted bloodlines, yet his hand sneaks toward your sample bundle. Dawn's secrecy melts, carrying whispers across the waking docks. Foreign suggestions linger, blending with home soil scents. Your paddle stirs counterclockwise tonight, defying ancestors for a pinch of treason. Eclipse garum glows faintly, now flecked with stolen green. Dawn bleeds across the harbor, your stolen coriander still gritting between teeth. The eclipse garum glows faintly violet, not unlike a healing bruise. Workers drag woven mats over pots, crude lids for daylight's prying eyes. You catch movement above the covered jars, a shimmer like fish scales midair. Dawn's first flies arrive, iridescent wings clicking in Morse code. Their tiny bodies swarm the mat edges, sucking traces of foreign spices. Rosemary, barks the foreman, tossing bundles into nearby braziers. Phoenicians perfected herb smokes for secrecy, reefs of scent to drown garum whispers. Acrid tendrils curl around the dock, nature's own shroud for stolen blends. The flies retreat slightly, dizzy from conflicting aromas. One audacious insect lands on your wrist, legs coated in Rhodian dill pollen. Its wings bear stripes match the blue of rival Tyrian sails. You flick it toward the smoke, gambling it can't report back half drunk. Laughter cracks the tension. Workers mock the winged spies with anchovy bribes. Tiny black eyes watch patient as tomb robbers. A mat slips, releasing a garum puff that swirls skyward. 3 flies dart vertically, carrying your recipe toward open sea. The foreman curses, shoving damp rosemary over the gap. Historians still argue whether smoke rituals disguised failure or actually preserved batches. You drop extra branches onto coals, praying the old ways still work. Someone murmurs about Tyrian reward sapphires, paid for intercepted recipes. That's when you see them, other workers burying jars in wet sand. Their spades move oddly, hiding something beneath morning seaweed. One glances up, eyelids twitching like landed fish. They're digging deeper than last month, below even crab burrows. Sand clumps on hidden pottery, camouflage for would-be thieves. You join the frantic burial, blisters rising under bandaged palms. Rosemary smoke stings your nostrils, an accidental blessing for allergy sufferers. A dockhand jests that flies now speak Phoenician accurately. Through regurgitation, his joke earns only half smiles, nerves strung tighter than lyre strings. The last amphora sinks beneath dunes, seeking safety through depth. Foreman scrapes his shovel clean, revealing faded Tyrian symbols underneath. Your breath hitches. Since when did he work for both cities? First flies multiply, drawn to sweat as much as garum fumes. One lands on the foreman's neck. He doesn't brush it off. Suspicion pools in your gut, hotter than the smoking herbs. Workers scatter to day jobs, pretending normalcy as traders wake. You linger, faking a broken sandal strap near the buried cache. Flies now orbit the disturbed sand, tiny archaeologists marking dig sites. A shadow falls across the dunes, Rhodian traders back for negotiations. Their eyes track the frenzied flies, calculating infested locations. You kick extra sand over the cache, rosemary smoke, coughing its approval. The foreman offers the Rhodians morning tea, steeped, suspiciously dark. They sip without comment, eyes still tracing insect flight paths. You scrape violet garum residue into your pouch, emergency evidence if needed. Sun climbs higher, flies retreat from heat and aromatic defenses. Waves erase footprints around hidden jars, nature assisting the cover-up. Relief feels premature, like celebrating before rainfall hits desert soil. Lunch brings salted goat and paranoia. You dissect each kitchen rumor. Foreman 2 loudly praises Rosemary's virtues, flourishing hands like a bad actor. Historians debate if Tyre bribed port birds, said gulls carried messages beak-tied. You sneak to the waterline, rinsing smuggling evidence from palms. Flies patrol nearby, buzzing lower now that smoke thins. Their persistence borders on heroism. Tiny soldiers promised fish god favor. Rhodians finally depart, taking unusually few samples this time. Workers exhale collectively, only to freeze when owls hoot midday. Locals consider day owls bad omens, worse than flatbread burned black. Foreman starts a cleaning chant, nonsense, syllables to mask information. Others join half-heartedly, voices hoarse from smoke and tension. Flies seem to dance to the rhythm, almost mocking your efforts. Dune sand shifts, betraying one jar's curve near the surface. You pretend to stumble, kicking beach grit over the exposure. Rosemary fumes falter, one brazier drowned by reckless water tossers. Fresh flies descend, a buzzing reconnaissance squadron. Their shadow passes over your neck, raising hairs not stirred by sea winds. You pivot toward the harbor, where Tyrian sails now pierce the horizon. The foreman stops chanting mid-syllable, gaze locked on approaching ships. Workers swap panicked whispers, anchovy debts paling beside this threat. Someone suggests setting the Rosemary afire, whole bushes instead of sprigs. Blessed smoke billows anew, carrying desperation and piney musk. Tyrian sails slow, as if confused by the impenetrable herbal fog. Flies scatter from the inferno, seek easier targets downshore. You add time by the fistful, false notes in the scent symphony. Buried garum pots seem to pulse, their secrets temporarily safe. Foreman grips your shoulder, fingers smelling of Rhodian silver and deceit. Tyrian ships alter course, veering toward a poorer competitor's dock. The crew collapses against baskets, suddenly boneless with relief. A dockhand produces stolen wine, praise for the Rosemary miracle. Laughter sounds too shrill, echoing across tense harbor waters. You watch the flies regroup, learning, adapting, awaiting moonrise. Their wings catch sunlight, sending coated flashes toward retreating ships. When bullhorns blare from Tyrian vessels, they're demanding figs instead of fish sauce. Workers exchange baffled shrugs, though none lowers the Rosemary defense. You pocket a stray fly carcass, evidence for sleepless night analysis. Dawn's spies vanish by afternoon, lulled by receding fermentation smells. Sand stays smooth over buried treasures, seaweed beards grown thicker. Only the violet stain on your tunic hints at secrets, a lurid tattoo for loyalty's graveyard. The last smoke tendrils surrender to sea wind, their duty fulfilled. You inhale residual rosemary, and beneath it, the faintest tang of treason. Flies will return tomorrow, better trained and hungrier, for now your paddle stirs nothing but cooling embers. Worker legs drag through harbor mud, each step sucking at stolen sleep. No chatter about Tyrian spies now, only the slap of wet sandals on stone. You join the exhausted parade, shoulders slumped under imagined weights heavier than amphorae. Dawn's rosemary smoke still clings to tunics, a burnt perfume marking night shift veterans. Someone coughs purple garum, phlegm into the shallows, startling a crab mid-retreat. The foreman vanished first, slipping away before unanswered questions could swarm him. Sleep deprivation makes miracles mundane. You blink at floating ghost pots in the waves. Your left sandal squeaks, betraying sand trapped beneath bandaged blisters. Historians debate whether Tyre trained seagulls as carrier pigeons, scrolls tied with fish gut strings. The pack thins at the dockworkers' quarter, nodded goodbyes salt-crusted and curt. Home smells seep through doorways, goat stew wrestling with cedar incense. You bypass your own hut, feet drawn to the shoreline's lullaby instead. Waves finger-comb seaweed into bedroll shapes, nature mocking your need for rest. A beached jellyfish pulses faintly, some dying lighthouse for crustacean pilgrims. You kick off stubborn sandals, toes meeting cool, wet silk below tide line. Salt water stings your bandages, a familiar hurt you lean into like an old joke. Let Tyrian spies decode that the hieroglyphs of blisters on a smuggler's palms. Someone left a fisher's buoy in the dunes, a makeshift headrest for desperate souls. Sand molds to your spine. Archaeologists would later classify this imprint as exhausted mercenary mid-collapse. Your eyelids flicker, tracking seagulls that might be feathered informants. Locals whisper legends of Poseidon's mail service, messages stuffed in shark gills. A fly investigates your ear, determined to extract final confessions before sleep takes you. You lack energy to swat, surrendering to its buzz as makeshift white noise. Distant hammering from the shipyards becomes a warped lullaby, nails drumming on cedar coffins. Memories surface, unbidden. The foreman's Tyrian-branded shovel flies, mapping burial sites, orbs of violet garum escaping skyward. Reality blurs with kitchen sink mythology. Did Rhodians really poison rival garum with apricot pits? Your muscles unravel grain by grain, becoming dunes beneath stolen linen. Fragments of the cleaning chant loop in your skull, nonsense syllables, synchronizing with breaking waves. 14 generations of brine makers haunt your periphery, judging the Rosemary gambit. Sleep arrives as a thief would, silent and inescapable. It drags you under kelp-strewn depths, away from fly scouts and betraying foremen. The buoy pillow smells of dead barnacles and mercy, a scent best described as forgotten. Birds above perform emergency maneuvers, trying to ignore your seismic snoring. Your last conscious thought tastes of time, and the oily fear clinging to buried pottery. Thus ends the night's accounting, ledger balanced in fish blood and sand. Your tired feet sink into cool shoreline silk, each wave washing away harbor grit. Rosemary smoke fades now, replaced by salt-kissed air that smooths your brow. Let the foreman's ghost slip into sea foam. You need not carry his secrets home. Sand hugs your sore limbs, gently now, like a mother patting dough into shape. Even seabirds lower their cries, tiptoeing across wet dunes to spare your rest. That stubborn fly, gone, replaced by a breeze combing through your hair. Distant hammering melts into tide songs, each nail strike dissolving into foam's hush. Violet garum orbs become sleepy thoughts, slow bubbles rising through warm honey. No spies here, only your breath sinking with the sigh of kelp beds. 14 generations of brine makers murmur approval, their voices woven through lapping waves. Your blisters sink into sand's cool salve, ancient shorelines healing newer wounds. That fisher's buoy cradles your head, its frayed rope smelling of storms outgrown. Sleep doesn't steal you now, it settles like linen fresh from the loom. Your muscles soften, grains of sand rejoining their endless family beneath you, Rhodians and apricot pits. Let the tide rewrite such tales tonight. Shadows gather like well-wishers, blurring the edges of this beachside bed. The cleaning chant fades to a hum, your heartbeat, its final drum. Saltwater licks your toes, a faithful hound keeping watch. Your last awake breath holds time and silence, the night's ledger gently closing itself. Waves pull a blanket of sea foam over the world. Rest, dear traveler, rest.